to the Great Minnesota Give Together, a telethon for the Minnesota FFA Foundation. I'm Val Arsvold, the Executive Director of the Minnesota FFA Foundation, and I have some wonderful people that are off to the side of me I'd like you to meet.
Well, hello and welcome everyone to the Great Minnesota Give Together. Can we get a big woohoo for our audience out there? We want to hear you. Thank you for joining us live and in person. Look at that. Are you guys FFAers over there? Former FFAer? No, you can't come up. Or were you an FFA? Yeah, okay. Well, we appreciate the former FFAers over there. My name is Jasmine Brett Stringer, and it's my pleasure to serve on the board of the Minnesota FFA Foundation. I tell you, Val, so many people want to call FFA Future Farmers of America, but we're not Future Farmers of America anymore. We're just simply FFA, right?
It's exciting, and the reason the name change happened a number of years ago was to really reflect that FFA is valuable to all students, regardless of if they intend to go back into farming or production agriculture. So Jasmine, you're right. We had a name change back in the 90s to really reflect our ability to serve all students. And speaking of students,
we want to introduce our state officers, so I'm going to give them my microphone. I'm probably coming out of order now, right? But no, you're president, so this is great. I just moved away from Val because I thought our microphones were kind of competing with each other.
Hi, I'm Emma Kubal. I'm currently serving as the Minnesota State President. I'm from Waterville, Elysian, Morristown FFA chapter in Region 7. And a fun fact about me is that I grew up on a 240 cow dairy farm.
Hello everyone, my name is Mackenzie Alberts. I'm from the Pine Island FFA chapter. This year I'm serving as the State Secretary from Region 8. That's where Pine Island's from. And a fun fact about me is that I absolutely love chocolate chips.
My name is Noah Erickson, and I am from Region 3. This year, I am serving as the Minnesota State Sentinel. I was originally from Morris, Minnesota, and a fun fact about me is that I love Case tractors.
Hey everyone, my name is Natalie Beckendorf. I'm serving as a State Vice President this year. I'm from Renville in Region 5, and a fun fact about me is my speaking started back in 4th grade when I made a rap about myself.
Hello everyone, I'm Bryn Lazinski. I'm from the McRae FFA chapter in Region 5. I'm serving as this year's state treasurer, and a fun fact about me is that I absolutely love pigs.
wow, as you can see, we have some wonderfully talented state officers that are representing FFA across the state this year. So we're excited. You're going to hear from them throughout the night. We've got 4 hours of telethon coverage here, but we have broken it out into 8 segments so that we can really highlight and celebrate our students across the state. For some, they have an image in their head of FFA from years ago. It is our hope that you get an understanding of what FFA is today through their students' stories as well as the stories of other students. So officers, thank you so much. You're going to be coming back throughout the telethon.
I said, let's give it up for our state FFA officers one more time. Val, I didn't hear you say your fun fact. I didn't introduce my fun fact. I should mention that I'm married into agriculture. I like to say I married into agriculture, but agriculture really is a part of my roots. My grandfather was a sharecropper in Troy, Alabama, but I married a farmer from southern Minnesota. My husband grows corn and soybeans. And a fun fact about me, this is like new news. I am a Minnesota State Fair winner. Our pickles, I entered our pickles in the creative arts this year, and they placed. We got a pink ribbon.
Wonderful. Well, Jasmine, that's quite a talent. I think you're going to have to bring those pickles to a future event. And when I think about, why we've come together today, it's around agriculture, but it's about helping grow students. And this is really an opportunity tonight, as I said, to highlight students and their stories, but it is a telethon with the hope that those of you watching here at the Minnesota State Fair, as well as those who are watching online, will invest in the programs that serve our students. We have a lot of great programs across the state, over 210 of them, and tonight we're going to showcase quite a few of those. But this is made possible because we've got great sponsors.
We have great sponsors. I mentioned my pink ribbon. Well, we have some ribbon winners tonight. We have our purple ribbon sponsors, AT&T and Cargill. So we want to say thank you so much, AT&T and Cargill, our purple ribbon sponsors for the Great Minnesota Give Together this year. We have blue ribbon sponsors, and we know blue ribbons are a big deal too at the State Fair. That's Ag Country Farm Credit Services, Land O'Lakes, and Southern Agriculture Center for Excellence down in Mankato. We also have, do you want to do this or you want me to do it, Belle?
Go for it.
Okay, this is huge. We mentioned that this is called the Give Together. So this is a telethon, and we want you to give us your money, right? And how can they give us their money, Val?
They can do it online. To go to the Minnesota FFA Foundation website. You can also, you're going to see as we share some of our video content today, you're going to be able to text your donation to the Minnesota FFA Foundation. If you so choose, if you have hometown pride and you want to direct it to a certain part of the state, we're going to give you that avenue as well. We are so excited.
And they can also give on Venmo. If you know, we know all the young people are hip. They're not doing like, going online. They can give it to Venmo. FFA Minnesota Foundation is our Venmo account. So there are multiple ways to give. And if you do give, we have a matching fund challenge. And that is made possible by CoBank, Minnesota Farmers Unions, ProSice Solutions, AURI, Minnesota Agri-Growth Council, and the Minnesota FFA Foundation Board. So if you give, they are going to match the first $6,000 we get. So I want to see people pulling out their phones. I want to go to the website, go to Venmo, and when you see the videos, support your favorite region. Does that sound like a deal, audience?
Woo! Well, not only that, we're going to sweeten the pot a little bit, Jasmine. So if everybody who donates to the Minnesota FFA Foundation Telethon today, you're going to be entered into a drawing to win one of two very cool prizes. So one lucky winner will win 2 tickets to see the Zach Brown Band perform here at the Minnesota State Fair on Friday.
OMG, Val, how cool is that? Any Zach Brown fans in the house? I'm a big fan. Woohoo!
Well, Zach Brown himself was an FFA member, so it seemed very fitting for us to celebrate and enjoy his music because he kind of honed his talents in the FFA. The other big prize
They say cut your teeth, Val. In the business, we say he cut his teeth in FFA.
All right, well, he cut them pretty nicely. Our other prize is a beautiful FFA barn quilt. So as you're thinking about, like, why would I invest in it, we've got some neat thank you gifts for you, but we really want you to think about the impact that your donation will make on students across the state. Well, we're going to start our tour of the state of Minnesota. We've got
the great state of Minnesota.
The very nice, beautiful state. We're going to first take a look and highlight our FFA programs in Region 1, which is the northwestern corner of the state. We've got wonderful programs that are strong and are really working to serve students. So we're going to show a video clip here. You'll get a chance to hear from students, teachers, and learn a little bit more about programs in that part of the state.
Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Yep.
Regional FFA was founded more than 85 years ago, the world was a much simpler place.
Our country was a simpler place.
It was a time when about a quarter of all Americans were engaged in agriculture.
A time when many farms still operated without electricity.
When a short trip to town actually meant a pretty long ride.
Times have changed. And agriculture has changed, offering new opportunities and careers in fields like business, education, production, and research.
That means FFA has changed too.
FFA makes a positive difference in the lives of students by developing their potential for premier leadership, personal growth, and career success through agricultural education.
We're strengthening American agriculture and providing our members with the skills needed to build healthy local communities, a strong nation, and a sustainable world.
Today, less than 2% of Americans are engaged in production agriculture, but our membership is at an all-time high.
And as we've grown, one thing has come to represent the pride we have in our organization.
It's not a song or a slogan or a flag.
It's a simple blue corduroy jacket.
Without it, I'm just one person. Just one voice.
But with it, I know that more than 500,000 others have my back.
That more than 500,000 others are helping me tackle some of the world's toughest challenges.
Like feeding the world, stewarding our natural resources, and finding solutions for agricultural sustainability.
And we're doing it together. With the help of our families, our teachers and supporters, we are learning to do,
Doing to learn,
earning to live,
and living to serve through our local chapters and state associations and at our conventions and conferences.
by becoming thought leaders and advocates for what we know is right.
We are the next generation of agriculture, committed, passionate, and proud to be among those who feed the world.
Powered by our spirit, guided by our mission.
Symbolized by a simple blue corduroy jacket.
We are the next generation of agriculture.
It's our turn now.
Let's show the world what we can achieve together.
We are FFA.
Hi, I'm Barbara Trigo. I'm your Region 1 President. Take a walk with me as we hear from a few of our members about how agriculture has developed and strengthened their lives.
Hello everyone, my name is Lara Durbin and I'm proud to be the current chair of the Minnesota FFA Foundation this year. I'm also really excited to be part of this third annual Great Minnesota Give Together. As I sit here in my backyard on this beautiful summer afternoon, I'm pondering farming, FFA, and agriculture. And as you probably already know and have seen, FFA is more than farming, and agriculture encompasses so many critical and important and exciting career opportunities for students. Science and technology, marketing and communications, sales, customer service, research, development, so many opportunities. Did you know that there are 40,000 students in Minnesota taking courses in agriculture, food, and natural resources? That's amazing. The Minnesota FFA Foundation manifests so many opportunities for these students in a lot of different areas, from leadership skills to career, life, and business skills, to scholarship opportunities, and even direct benefits to FFA members through things like the annual state convention. We also provide support and resources to the teachers who work with these students, and we know that's really important as well. The Foundation's passion is agricultural education, and our goal is to help these students thrive and be better humans. It's really as simple as that. My story is probably a little unique. I never wore the iconic FFA jacket. I was never an FFA member growing up as a kid, and I never equated FFA or even my own personal experiences growing up on a family farm with any career and leadership opportunities that might last for a lifetime. Luckily, my perspective changed after college, and my communications degree took me straight back to agriculture. Students today who live in both urban areas and rural towns also see all the opportunities that FFA and agriculture can give them. And we also know that teachers need our resources. There's a lot of growth potential for our students and our teachers, and we are all up to the challenge. Please join me in donating today to the Minnesota FFA Foundation and know that you will be making a profound impact toward a very bright future for our students, for our educators, for our world. Thank you so much.
I started my mechanic career in December of 2019 working for True North Equipment in Monona, Minnesota. I was pretty much just a floor sweeper at the time, but I did some mechanic work at home on my own time, and I also work on our family farm's equipment. I worked at True North for a little over a year until I was offered a better job at Larson's Parts and Repair in Bijou, Minnesota. Once I started working at Larson's, my mechanical knowledge really increased. I now do a lot of service and general maintenance to semis, tractors, and automobiles. Some accomplishments that I've experienced are gaining general knowledge of diesel engines and trucks. There are many different specifications and such that I can recall off the top of my head. I've also gained a good work ethic and really enjoy my work, and I'm always happy to be there. Outside of work, I am the sentinel for our FFA chapter, and I enjoy restoring vintage tractors, cars, and pickups. I also enjoy farming with my dad on our family farm and helping my coworker on his farm. I am planning to go to Minnesota State Community and Technical College to get an associate's degree as a diesel technician, and will begin to work full-time as a diesel technician for Larson Parts and Repair.
My SAE started out as a sheep production proficiency that soon turned into a business, Diamond Oak Show Stock. I started raising lambs for show, but soon developed into a business of direct marketing the lambs for meat products as well. I participated in many events since my 7th grade year in FFA, like Livestock Evaluation, Parley Pro, Agri Science Fair, Soils, Prepared Public Speaking, and the Miracle of Birth Center. I'm currently our chapter's treasurer and a past Region 1 officer. In school, I'm active in choir, Minnesota Honor Society, yearbook, a class officer, and a volleyball statistician. I have been active in 4-H for 12 years, exhibiting livestock quiz bowl, speaking up for ag, and many officer positions. I plan to attend North Dakota State University this fall for animal science, agribusiness, and livestock media.
I teach a mixture of shop classes like welding and engines, paired with some animal science, fish and wildlife, and introduction to ag. And my ag ed path, I actually was a member of Minnesota FFA growing up, where my ag teacher kept hounding me that I should try out ag education, and I kept telling him he was crazy, and he kept signing me up for these Teach Ag workshops at state convention that I would go to, and I was like, that seems fun, but I really wanted to go the pre-vet route and become a vet student. And it wasn't until about a month before college I kind of had that epiphany that teaching ag really was a passion of mine, and getting to help students down the road is something I was highly interested in. So I changed my major, attended SDSU, and got my bachelor's degree in agricultural education, and then taught in South Dakota for a few years before coming back to the great state of Minnesota. So when I think about why I teach agriculture and what drew me to this profession was really the impact my ag teacher had on me, and he was always my cheerleader. He was always someone pushing me outside of my comfort zone, and always someone I could count on to really enhance my leadership skills, my knowledge of agriculture, and just made me a well-rounded person, and I wanted to provide that opportunity to other students. And so that kind of ties into my favorite thing of being an ag teacher, which is really watching a student develop over the years and understanding that you got to play a part in their life and that you got to make the world a better place. A big thing I tell my students every time I see them, or not every time I see them, but most of the time when I see them in my classes, is that I don't care really what you learned today as long as you learned how to be a better human being. And so knowing that you are teaching the future generations, the future scientists, the future teachers, the future doctors, the future politicians is just an amazing feeling, and knowing that you are paying it forward and getting to work with the youth every single day. It's a fun and exciting job that no 2 days are alike.
I chose the University of Minnesota Crookston because professors choose to invest in their students, all the way from their first year and then to the last.
I transferred to the University of Minnesota Crookston because for the first time I felt like an individual in the classroom rather than a number.
I chose the University of Minnesota Crookston because of their opportunities for hands-on learning, whether that's outside in crop fields or inside our barns.
Agricultural education provides a platform for our students in professional opportunities, whether that's inside the industry or out of it.
Agricultural education allows students to discover their passions through hands-on experiences.
Agricultural education develops the next generation of leaders.
Cultivate your curiosity here with us at the University of Minnesota Crookston.
Premier leadership,
personal growth,
and career success.
I started working and keeping track of my hours the summer before 10th grade. During this time, I did various chores around the yard along with driving tractor in the fall. Now, almost 3 years later, I produced 20 acres of beans and 20 of corn on land rented from my dad. From 2019 to now, I went from working 6 to 8 hours a day to now working 10 to 14 during spring and fall work. I also take care of my own finances and look over my crops when they are in the field growing. During my time working alongside my family on the farm, I was able to buy my own pickup along with seeing the ins and outs of the complete grain operation.
Thank you for listening, and thank you for all your support to Region 1.
Wow, thank you so much. If you are watching at home or somewhere else and you want to support Region 1, again, we want to encourage you to visit our website, or you can text to 71777, again, 71777, and simply put MN FFA 1 in your line and the amount that you are giving to Region 1. Again, the support Region 1, you're going to text 71777 MNFFA 1. Now, Val, you've got a guest with you.
I do. She had a chance to say who she was when we kicked this telethon off. But it's really fun to take a moment and really talk and dive a little deeper into the impact that the Minnesota FFA Foundation and FFA as a whole has had on the lives of students. So, Mackenzie, would you share a little bit about some of the ways that the FFA Foundation support from donors has impacted your personal story and growth?
Absolutely. So Minnesota FFA has impacted my story within FFA in two major ways. The first being my freshman year. So as a freshman, you start off in FFA and maybe you borrow an extra jacket from your chapter's closet, which is what I had to do, except I borrowed my mom's. But I was fortunate enough to apply for the Blue Jackets Bright Futures Scholarship and then receive my own chapter jacket from the Minnesota FFA Foundation. And that really, truly kicked off my FFA career, and that jacket will forever have a special place in my heart. The second way that the donors of FFA have supported me was this past year, my senior year. I applied for the James W. Tracy Scholarship, and now I will be able to have that support from FFA as I enter my career in my college years at South Dakota State University.
So obviously the jacket is very distinctive to our organization. I think initially young people are kind of like, ugh, I don't know if I want to wear the jacket. But I think you're at a very different point in your life once you get involved, start seeing some of those activities. Talk about that jacket. Did you right away say, I love this jacket and I want to be involved, or did you have to figure it out a little bit?
Well, I've always seen that weird looking blue jacket in my mom's closet, and I was like, Mom, why do you have that? And it took a long time for her to actually explain to me, like, hey, I was in this organization and it had a huge impact on me, but as I entered FFA my freshman year, I saw that jacket and I was like, wait, I get one of those too? Like, super cool, yeah.
Well, Mackenzie, I'm happy to hear that you applied for the Jacket Scholars Program. My husband and I, we support that program too every single year. So again, if you're watching and you choose to text or give online by texting 71777 MNFFA, you can help a young scholar like Mackenzie get their blue jacket. I participated in FBLA, and you know how much I want a blue jacket. In fact, I told the state officers I might hijack their jacket. Mackenzie, what's one of your favorite high school memories of being a participant in FFA?
Ooh, that's awesome. All of my greatest memories go back to my time with my chapter in Mr. Erickson's ag classroom. And one of the highlights definitely was a fundraiser we did where we raised money for our local diaper drive, like baby closet in our town. And we raised enough money that the incentive was we got to shave our advisor's head. And so I had the pleasure of shaving my advisor's head completely bald, and it will remain one of the best memories.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you so much, Mackenzie. I am so excited to introduce Miss Natasha, or I should say Mrs. Natasha Mortensen. She and I were in the same Marl cohort. That's Minnesota Agricultural and Rural Leadership. She's one of my dearest girlfriends. Hi, Natasha.
Hello,
Oh, my
Jasmine.
goodness. And so you're going to interview
Yes.
Dante.
And this lamb wants to go for a little jog.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, you got that? I am so happy to be here with Dante, and we're going to learn a little bit about the impact of FFA on Dante's life. Dante and I are spending time here at the Miracle of Birth Center during the Minnesota State Fair. CHS is such a great donor and an example of the community of agriculture that supports young people and their development and their youth development. So Dante, my first question is, tell us where you're from, and tell us some of the most impactful FFA memories that you have that you can recall.
I'm from the Paynesville chapter. I live more near El Rosa Bruin, if you know it, which is a different chapter, but I travel the distance. FFA, I'll just say, begin with, FFA has been very influential in my life. It's changed me in ways that I would not imagine. I am definitely not in a position I would think 4 years ago. It's been so influential on me. And
What are those things that why do you say that? What are those things that have changed so much in you that you give so much credit to the FFA?
Well, the FFA mission is to make us grow as both leaders and opportunists. And so one of the most memorable things, one of the most influential things I've ever done is just trying to be out there. So my advisor, she'll email out opportunities like this one to the Miracle Birth Center, and I'll try to say yes to as many as I can, and I'll apply and I'll request as much as I can, and whatever happens, and I just love going through them and learning and growing as a person and a leader.
That is so fantastic, and honestly, this is the kind of stories you'll hear over and over in the FFA organization, and it cannot be done without sponsors. I am proud to be a sponsor of the Minnesota FFA Foundation, and I get to serve on the board, which is just really life-giving. So, and I don't know if the lamb wants to say anything. If it did, it would say ba, because goats say ma. So there you go. All right, thanks, Dante.
Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful. Well, we're so excited. Thank you. Let's give it up for Dante and Natasha.
Wow, thank you so much, Natasha and Dante. And that lamb is so cute.
Well, we're excited as you've gotten a chance to get to know Region 1 a little bit, so don't forget that if you want to direct your support to Region 1, you can do that. We're now going to transition over to Region 2 because we want to take a look at another part of the state, the northeast corner of the state. And as we do that, a few things coming up in this next half an hour. We're going to take a look at some of our students who have excelled and were some of our star finalists and have achieved great things through their programs. And we're also going to hear throughout the night from a lot of our amazing teachers. We have over 370 high school agriculture teachers, and they are giving of themselves each and every day.
And you know, agriculture education is so important. People don't realize that agriculture is the largest industry in our great state. And so we need these teachers to introduce students that, you know, may be coming from the farm or may not be coming to the farm to the endless possibilities available in agriculture. You know, one of our sponsors is Cargill, a huge leader in the agriculture space. And so you can be interested in business and work in marketing, accounting, finance, R&D in the agriculture industry for Cargill. And those teachers provide those kind of opportunities every single day.
So Cargill is one of our great sponsors, and throughout the night we're going to talk about them and let you get a little bit more of a glimpse into why they would make the investment in youth that are involved in our programs. But we're going to keep on track as far as our schedule, and we're going to introduce you to the students and teachers from Region 2, and following that we have some guests again.
We got some wonderful guests, and again, if you want to give, we want to encourage you to text MNFFA to 71777. Again, that's 71777 MNFFA. Thank you.
All right, let's give a watch.
Hello everyone, my name is Mackenzie Kushel from the Sabika FFA chapter, proudly serving as this year's Region 2 president. I'm so excited to showcase how the members of Region 2 are living their legacy. Let's take a look.
I work at my family's local butcher shop where I have assisted in the process of cutting and packaging meat full-time for one summer and part-time for multiple years prior. Outside of my SAE, I'm a member of the National Honor Society, participate in Skills USA, run track and cross country, and serve as my chapter's vice president. Next year, I will be attending Minnesota State University Moorhead to earn a degree in elementary education and coaching, with plans to return home, start a family, and teach for a local school.
My name is Amber Seiberts. I am a high school agriculture instructor. Classes I teach include a lot of classes in the animal science area. I teach large animal science as well as companion animals. I've taught vet science before. I teach a horticulture class. I teach foods, food science, as well as some in the environmental and natural resource area, wildlife management, things like that. I feel like I've pretty much taught classes that kind of run the gamut. My ag journey started when I was in high school. I didn't actually plan on being an agriculture instructor, went to school for something completely different, and my experiences through FFA helped to make me realize that this is actually what I wanted to be doing. Doing workshops and working with students as part of FFA really helped to solidify my ag ed journey for me, so I came to ag ed just a little bit late. The part of my job that I enjoy the most is seeing students succeed. Sometimes when students come to us, they don't necessarily realize that success is within them, and they don't necessarily realize that agricultural education, careers in ag, or FFA are things that they might enjoy or things that they're going to work for. And it's really awesome to see them grow and blossom, not only in my classroom, but also through FFA and then in their eventual career in agriculture. I have a lot of students that come back and say, I didn't think that this is what my career path was going to be, but now that I have seen it and now that I've experienced it, I want to come back and tell your students that agriculture has a place for them.
I live and work on my family's farm where I buy, sell, raise, and breed Black Angus cattle. I bought my first registered heifer in 2016 and have grown my herd to 19 head since then. I learned how to AI in 2018 and have been able to grow my herd with better genetics because of it. I show my cows at the county and state level along with other shows in the area. I rake hay in the summer, vaccinate cows in the spring and fall, assist in calving if needed in the winter, and perform the daily chores year-round. I am also the president of the Crow Wing County Livestock PDC, a Minnesota Beef Ambassador, and play softball and volleyball. I plan to attend the University of Nebraska-Lincoln to major in animal science with a focus on animal genetics and plan to bring that knowledge back to my own herd.
I teach a number of natural resources classes utilizing the school forest. It's just over 200 acres. We do an outdoor rec class, 3 different type of wildlife classes, forestry class, and we have a couple of greenhouses, both outdoor and indoor greenhouses, and a pet lab as well. So we cover a wide range of food, fiber, natural resources, including a Minnesota foods class. I kind of took the non-traditional route to egg teaching. I didn't think of teaching at all when I was at Crookston. But until a fisheries professor got ill and I had to teach a fisheries class for 8 weeks, I was able to gain some confidence in which I could feel like I could run a classroom, teach content effectively. So that's when I was kind of bit by the egghead bug, so I would call that fate in this case. Why do I teach egghead? I think the biggest reason I teach egghead is to help provide opportunities for students to find career pathways in one of the broadest spectrums of career fields in the world, and be able to see them be successful and come back and thank you for giving them an opportunity and then watch them grow.
How did you become the person you are?
Was it with the help of others?
Was it through opportunities presented to you?
If you are like me, the answers to these questions is yes. Someone invested in me, and now it's my turn.
My turn.
My turn to invest in someone. As you consider how you can make a difference, we invite you to give to the Minnesota FFA Foundation.
Your gift will open up a world of opportunities for young people as they develop their leadership skills, grow as a person, and prepare for their future careers.
Someone invested in you. Will you invest in someone?
I started my sheep business my freshman year of high school with my brother and cousin. This was the first year I bought my own sheep with my own money I obtained through a loan. I applied for an FSA youth loan of $1,000 and bought 2 registered Corriedale ewe lambs for $500 each. My responsibilities include feeding grain and hay, watering the sheep, and diagnosing any possibly sick animals. Another responsibility I have is making sure my animals have sufficient bedding, which is why I chose bedding for my Agri-Science Fair topic. Through my experience in the Agri-Science Fair, I have learned the best bedding combinations to use, placed 2nd and 4th at National Convention, and learned how to write a proper scientific paper. Outside of my sheep operation, I play football, am in 4-H, and am our chapter vice president. Next year, I will attend Central Lakes College in Brainerd, Minnesota, to complete my general education classes, and then transfer to North Dakota State University to obtain a major in agribusiness.
I live and work on my older sister's dairy farm where we milk 60 registered Holsteins and Jersey cows twice a day in a swing 6 parlor. I've been working on generic dairy since the operation began in 2013, where I began taking care of the young stock and monitoring their health. Throughout the years, my duties would include field work, farm repairs, and helping the vet on the farm. In 2019, as a 9th grader, I started learning how to operate the milking equipment to milk the dairy cows. Today, with both my sisters at college, I am responsible for milking the dairy cows, monitoring herd health, and communicating with them about what's going on with their farm operation. Outside of generic dairy, I am an active member of my local FFA chapter, serving as chapter treasurer. I am also active with the County Livestock PDC, and through hard work and determination, I was inducted into the National Honor Society for my academic achievements. Next year, I will be attending North Dakota State University and major in agricultural and biosystems engineering, and I am planning on becoming an agricultural engineer.
I believe in the future of agriculture, with a faith born not of words but of deeds. Achievements won by the present and past generations of agriculturalists, in the promise of better days through better ways, even as the better things we now enjoy have come to us from the struggles of former years. Creo que vivir y trabajar en una buena finca o dedicarse a otras actividades agrícolas Es agradable y al mismo tiempo es un reto, porque conozco las alegrías e inconvenientes de la vida agrícola y mantengo una afición innata por aquellas asociaciones que no le negaré ni siquiera en horas de desaliento. I believe in leadership from ourselves and respect from others. I believe in my own ability to work efficiently and think clearly with such knowledge and skills as I can secure, and in the ability of progressive agriculturalists to serve our own and the public interest in producing and marketing the product of our toil. Creo en menos dependencia de la caridad y más poder en la negociación, en la vida abundante y en que haya suficiente riqueza honesta para ayudar a que así sea, tanto para los demás como para mí, sin necesidad de caridad y más de ella cuando sea necesario. Creo en ser feliz y en ser más honesto con aquellos cuya felicidad depende de mí. I believe that American agriculture can and will hold true to the best traditions of our national life, and that I can exert an influence in my home and community which will stand solid for my part in that inspiring task.
I teach animal science, natural resources, work-based learning, food science, 7th grade intro to ag, 9th grade intro to ag. I got to ag ed because I was in 4-H growing up. I did a lot of camp counseling. I also worked at a greenhouse and pumpkin patch for about 7 years through high school. And one time at the state fair, I had a friend come up to me and they said, hey, you should check out agricultural education at the University of Minnesota. And I was like, okay, cool. So I went back home, looked it up, read the description of like what an ag teacher is, and I was like, this looks super exciting. And so I just jumped right in and decided to do it because it had my two favorite things, and that was working with youth and youth development, and that's kind of my 4-H side. And then it had also the ability to work with agriculture. And so I really enjoyed those two things, and agricultural education did that for me. And that is really why I chose to teach ag ed, because I like to work with youth. I like to show up every day and do something different. Every lesson, every day is different. And even when you teach the same lesson, to a different section of 7th graders, you do it a little differently because you can adapt what you're doing. And so I find that so exciting that I can teach the same lesson and just change it a little bit, or just change what I'm doing, and I kind of have that freedom to see what the class is into and then jump right in and go and do that. And that is super exciting to me, and that is why I enjoy being a teacher, why I enjoy showing up every day, getting to be with those students, getting to try new things, and just spending time with kids. And it's just so much fun.
Thank you for taking the time to support Region 2 and the Minnesota FFA Foundation. If you haven't already, please consider making a donation to support agricultural education. To the members of Region 2, I'm excited to see how you continue to live a legacy.
Wow, thank you, Val. If anybody wants to give to Region 2, again, the number of the text is 71777, and then you're going to put in the comment line MNFFA2. Before I toss it to you, Val, I've been talking to people out in the audience, and this gentleman, Mr. Ed right here, is a former FFA'er in his day. I'm going to let him tell a little bit about himself. He did not work in agriculture. He was a CEO, and he's going to tell us how the skills he learned in FFA helped him be successful in his career as a CEO of a nonprofit. So, Ed, you got 30 seconds.
Really, I wasn't aware that was the question, but I was a chapter president for 2 years and actually district officer back in 1970, 71. And the most fun part of FFA was being on the judging teams. I was on the swine team and the dairy judging team, and also on the parliamentary procedure team, which is where I learned a lot about Robert's Rules of Order, and that skill did me very well. There are many people in this world that know nothing about it, and facilitating board meetings and just keeping track of things, knowing those was very helpful.
All right, Val, back to you.
Oh, perfect. Well, we're so glad. Thank you so much for being here. Let's give him a round of applause. So I'm thinking back when you were in the FFA, there were a lot of young men around there, and now we are really blessed that FFA membership is 50-50 males and females. So Natalie Beckendorf is with me, the state FFA vice president. Natalie, tell us a little bit about something that was very impactful for you.
Yeah, so just a few years ago, I had the opportunity to be a Minnesota FFA Foundation ambassador at the state convention. Now, this year it was during COVID, but through this opportunity, I was able to still connect with fellow FFA members from across the state and stakeholders, which was a really great way to network with people that directly support us. And I can remember back to 7th grade when that was my first time experiencing FFA at the state level. It was finally good to share my story and how everyone has supported me.
When you started in the FFA, did you think you would be able to stand in front of all these people and tell your story?
Absolutely not. Like I mentioned before, my first speaking abilities started back in 4th grade with my rap. So they definitely advanced, and I can thank that 100% back to FFA.
So I'm always confident that when people get involved and support the FFA, they take a student from a starting spot farther down, being able to be more willing to talk in front of crowds, but also to make decisions and work as a team. You're part of a really neat team right now as a state officer. What does that look like and feel like for you?
It is an incredible experience. Working with some of my best friends is an absolute dream that I wish everyone can be a part of. Through FFA though, regardless chapter, region, state level, you all have ability to connect, work with one another, and just truly be a part of an organization that's bigger than just yourself.
Well, Natalie had a fan club out here recently, so of course we want to give Natalie a big thank you for coming on stage. And as we invite our next guest, TJ Brown, the FFA superintendent, on, thank you so much. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, and they include AT&T and Cargill, both at the purple ribbon level. So let's clap for them, please.
Ribbon sponsors, Ag Farm Country Credit Services, Land O'Lakes, and then the Southern Agriculture Center of Excellence. And we got a shout out on social media that someone said they support the Blue Jacket program. You know who that is.
That's Rockin' K Ranch. So we're really appreciative of their involvement and their support.
And we appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, we've got a special guest here. Doesn't TJ Brown look pretty calm considering he's overseeing all of FFA? Has that been the case the whole time leading up to the fair?
Yeah, it's been a busy year. We're ready to go. Obviously, all the non-livestock stuff is already here and been judged, and that's kind of tucked away. We're getting ready for livestock weekend. FFA weekend's the final weekend of the fair. 4-H is departing now, actually, and open class will be coming in tonight. But we're getting ready. It's like 4 more days, and then chaos starts.
Tell us a little bit about your own journey to become the FFA superintendent. Of course, you were a high school agriculture teacher first, but walk us through that because you've continued to give and make an investment in young people for a number of years.
Yeah, I think a lot of people's stories similar. I was in FFA in high school, came up here to show livestock and crop samples, actually. Mountain Lake is my hometown, and Mountain Lake has a very strong tradition of FFA participation at the state fair. So, I came up here as a wide-eyed, heading into 9th grade kid, and just had a great time for about 6 to 7 years here showing, and obviously chose my career path following in my high school ag teacher to be an ag teacher myself. And as soon as I started teaching in Springfield, they had been participating in the state fair, but we really tried to ramp that up and had a number of really good years while I was a high school teacher. And in that time, I also helped on staff with the sheep area here for FFA, and that just materialized into this, I guess, sort of by chance. I ended up transferring jobs and started teaching at the community college level. That was the same time Dwayne Hutton, who was a longtime superintendent before me, was retiring. So it just so happened that the kind of the changing of the guard happened well with my career, because a lot of the work is required in the summer. And now that I wasn't a high school ag teacher anymore, running a summer FFA program, I had time to work on state fair stuff. And so that's really how it happened. In 2018, I took over. I'm only the 4th superintendent in 75 years.
Wow.
Can I ask you a question, TJ? Now, I'm a suburb kid. So for people from suburb and cities, what does it mean to show something and compete in the competition at the state fair? Tell us a little bit about that process for the students.
Yeah, it's a big process, because it doesn't just start a week or two before this. This is the culmination of a year's worth of work for most of these students. It's it's selecting livestock way back, possibly as early as November or December of last year, and then spending an entire school year and then through the summer working with those livestock, training, walking, leading, brushing, washing, clipping, you name it. Literally hundreds, if not thousands of hours on these livestock projects put into coming here for maybe a 30-second trip through the ring, and you see if it was all worth it.
But it's dedication, it's leadership, it's preparation, and it's commitment, life skills that will carry these students throughout their lives, right?
Absolutely. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and hopefully, a
perseverance,
really satisfactory, result when they get here.
So as a teacher, I know you saw people experience highs and also challenges. How did you coach them through it? I have the utmost respect for teachers, both at the high school level, post-secondary, and farm business management instructors, but you were there, you were helping guide them when sometimes it was a bit more challenging than what they thought. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, they didn't prepare us for that in college, for sure. I've had students here that, won thousands of dollars and, were on the top of the world and just felt like they, were untouchable. And I've had students crying, just their animal maybe got on the truck to go become our next hamburger, and maybe it didn't go quite the way they wanted. I don't know. Those are difficult moments, but they're life moments and their life skills that I don't think a lot of kids get the opportunity to experience, and they do at a young age, and it causes those kids to grow up really fast, and so that's some of those intangible things that FFA offers that most people don't realize. We're all here just to win a ribbon and to maybe get some premium money, but the lessons are much bigger than a banner or a ribbon, or a $100 check.
So what would you tell someone who's like, I'm thinking about education, and wow, I never thought about becoming an ag educator?
Yeah, it's the best career in the world. I'm probably biased, but it is incredibly rewarding. Working with youth from a career focus is so different. Preparing kids for career opportunities. The most rewarding thing now is it's been long enough that I have many students coming back to me that are in a career that have maybe just got a big promotion, and they come to say thank you. If you hadn't set me down this path, I wouldn't be where I am. And they're showing me their little children, toddlers, or maybe I'm invited to a wedding because two kids met through FFA and now they're married. And so that whole, we talk about teachers and pay and everything. It doesn't matter when those things happen, and just the fact that you can be the key to unlock a door for a student's career and really set the next 40, 50 years of their life on track, that's super rewarding. So you can't put a monetary value on those kind of experiences.
Well, when we talk about tonight's a telethon, as we've said a few times, and it's about giving and helping support the next generation, I think as you listen to TJ, it's worth the investment. But you also are a donor to the Minnesota FFA Foundation. Can you share a little bit about why you made that effort to not only give personally your time, but also some resources?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my wife and I, had a conversation when we finally had the means. We were both products of FFA and both in education. My wife teaches English, but I teach agriculture. We were always at the same school, and I just said, it meant a lot to you. It gave her a lot of speaking skills that she still uses to this day teaching, and I just said, this is something we can afford now. Can we do this? And she was, absolutely. I thought I was going to get some pushback, honestly, because we were still paying student loans and stuff at that time, and she's like, no, we got to do that. So we started just with a simple jacket, and we've kind of upped that every couple of years. And so I believe in it so much, and my wife absolutely as well, is that it does provide a lot of opportunities for students. So we're just trying to continue to help those opportunities for our next generation.
You mentioned the simple jacket, but I contend that it's so much more than a simple jacket. Do you still have your FFA jacket?
I still have my FFA jacket.
And what does your jacket mean to you?
Oh, a lot of memories, just a whole lot of really awesome memories, but it's a legacy of the things that my high school ag teacher taught me, representing my school, community, and my family. There was a lot of pride when you zipped up that jacket.
Right, and Val, you mentioned the Blue Jacket program. How much does it cost to donate a jacket to a FFA student?
So through our program, it's $90, and what you're doing is making an investment in that student. Just a little bit about our program. The foundation has, last year we had over 1,000 students apply to earn their very own jacket. You'll hear students talk about, well, I borrowed one of the chapter jackets, and that helps when it is the way to do it. But when they can have their own and somebody invests in them, their name appears on it, and as TJ talked about, you're now representing more than just yourself. So we had over 1,000 people apply for that, and we were able to award about 440 of those. So the need is there, and it's growing, especially when you talk about the growth that we're experiencing with our program. So we'll talk about that throughout the night.
And so people, if you want to invest in a Blue Jacket, again, give online or simply text 71777 MNFFA and help a student earn a Blue Jacket. Help a student come to the Minnesota State Fair and, show those skills, leverage those transferable skills that TJ spoke about that are going to carry them throughout life, build that network, maybe find the love of their life. There's so much that happens because of involvement at FFA, and we need your support.
Well, thank you so much, TJ.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, TJ.
All right. Well, he looks pretty good. Let's see what he looks like after Labor Day when about 1,000 students come here to help show and be involved.
Make sure you say hi to TJ when you come out to the State Fair.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
All right. Well, thank you again. Well, that kind of comes us to the end of Region 2, and so don't forget, all night long you can still direct your support to the region of your choice or to the overall Minnesota FFA Foundation, and we will put it to use where it's needed the most. We're getting ready to travel over to Region 3 to experience some of the high-quality students and teachers that we have there. I don't know about you, Jasmine, but the streets are pretty full here. We've got people on our benches. It's a good day to be at the State Fair.
It's a great evening to be down at the State Fair. We want to encourage you to stop by. Val, before we head over to Region 3, why don't we tell the people what part of the state we're headed to? I always like to know the cities.
Yeah, so Region 3 is going to be, kind of in the central part of our state, and so you'll have a chance to kind of learn about agriculture in that part of the state. One thing you're going to notice as we travel, the students are always learning, growing, and developing, and it's always because we have caring teachers that are there to help guide them, as well as supporters.
All righty, we'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, my name is Tyler Radke and I'm currently serving as the Region 3 President and I'm from the Rocori FFA chapter. I'm so excited to introduce you to the wonderful members and chapters of our region.
Something I enjoy in FFA is the agricultural experience and meeting people in the community. FFA allowed me to meet new people at the state convention, and I'm going to National Convention in October. Having the opportunity in agricultural sales has helped me have proper marketing conversations. FFA has given me the passion to serve.
I teach a lot of plant classes, companion animal, landscaping, horticulture, anything in the greenhouse. My path to ag ed, I was in FFA in high school. My ag teacher really encouraged me to try it out and go for it. There's a lot of scholarships, she said, so that was definitely a plus. Went to college, started teaching right out of college, and it's been great. I teach ag because I want to show students that there's more than just direct farming. There's a lot of leadership opportunities related to agriculture. There's alternative paths in agriculture, food or natural resources. So there's more than just cows and crops in agriculture, so I want to expand students' knowledge about that. My favorite thing about teaching ag is just the diversity in classes that I get throughout the day. It's not the same class over and over or semester after semester. I like the diversity and the options that come with agriculture, and you see a wide range of students. It's nice not having just a certain group of students all the time. You see a wide range of students, and I really enjoy that.
I live, work, and thrive on our family-owned and operated resort, Bugby Eye Resort, where we cultivate guest relations and help create family memories. In 2019, I reinvented our watercraft rental company, Water Ready Rentals, through purchasing 4 new pontoons. I began renting my pontoons to resort guests and community members. My responsibilities include customer check-ins and checkouts, pontoon inspection and repairs, as well as staff and financial management. I serve on Student Council, National Honor Society, and band board leadership teams. I involve myself both in band and choir and participate heavily in community activities. Next year I will continue my high school career right here in beautiful Painesville, Minnesota.
My SAE in beef entrepreneurship started prior to joining FFA, and I've continued to develop my herd throughout my membership. My SAE includes cow-calf, backgrounding, and market beef. My SAE has taught me many skills, including reproduction techniques, nutrition, and animal care. I'm a diver on the Morris Minnewaska Swimming and Dive Team, a 10-year member of 4-H, part of the WSCA Trail Duster Saddle Club where I show my 2 horses, and I am a member of the Minnesota and American Junior Scimitar Association. I plan to attend North Dakota College of Science to finish my generals, and then transfer to complete a degree in agricultural education, with plans to become an egg teacher and FFA advisor.
For my SAE, I work at my family farm where we have a crop production operation. Working there, I've learned the steps towards running a successful farm business. I also work at my local grocery store where I work as a cashier and interact with customers on a daily basis. Outside of FFA, I'm in cross country and baseball. I am also involved in my local youth group. After high school, I plan to attend the University of Minnesota Twin Cities, where I plan to pursue a degree in ag business.
I'm really passionate about ag ed. The major itself excites me because I really like working with youth. I grew up in 4-H and I really enjoyed camp counseling, being a youth leader, and just working with the youth in general. Watching students grow and learn about the topics that I'm also interested in is the main reason that I'm excited about the major and about going into this as a profession. I really wanted to choose ag ed specifically because it tied in everything that I enjoyed doing. The 4-H, working with youth, working on the farm, just being outdoors. Ag ed tied all that together and made it just this perfect package, really.
So I don't come from an agricultural background. Agriculture was just not something that I was interested in until 9th grade when I took an agricultural class for an elective. And I would say my biggest reason why I joined agricultural education would be my advisors and my agriculture teachers. They all showed me the diversity within agriculture. Being in the ag ed major, you kind of get to dip your toes in everything and see fans. So taking intro to animal science and those food science classes, and then going to mechanics. So I think I'm just really excited to have the opportunity to get a little taste of everything within agriculture.
Some things I've taken away from the program and that have really kind of made it special to me is the field experience. As a junior, you have 50 hours of field experience. As a senior, you have another 50 hours of field experience outside of student teaching. And being able to go to a bunch of different schools and being able to shadow the teacher for a day, see all their classes, and just see how they teach, I think that is really cool. It makes it really special. I think this major is going to open up a lot of different experiences and areas of interest, mainly one being teaching. And on top of that, you take so many different classes and you learn so many different things that I feel like personally you can almost go into any field you want, especially if it's related to agriculture or child development. Really, there's so many doors that get open because you do ag ed that even if you didn't end up teaching, you can find a place somewhere because you have background in so many different areas.
Once I graduate, I just hope it opens the opportunities of teaching in a school and just helping me with the support after graduating. So building the network of people now so that once I do start teaching, I always have them. If I need more information on or if I need help building curriculum, I always have those people to fall back on, and I know that they'll always have my back.
My name is Mark Jurek. I'm president of the Minnesota FFA alumni, and it's my pleasure to be here at the Great Minnesota Give Together. Appreciate everything that the Minnesota FFA Foundation has done and continues to do for our active FFA members throughout the state of Minnesota, and especially here at the Minnesota State Fair. My state fair memories started a little later in life than most FFA members. I was just beginning my college career, and had the opportunity, because I was the Region 1 Dairy Proficiency winner for the FFA, was invited down when I was 18 to attend the state fair and work at the Moo booth. So for a few days, I had the chance to sit at the Moo booth and teach people the importance of the dairy industry. I had a chance to work with the big stomach and tell people about, right, the rumen, the reticulum, the omasum, and the abomasum. It was a great experience teaching people that might know nothing about agriculture how important dairy is to our lives and to our state. It was also a good chance to try cheese curds for the first time and try some kolaches, as well as all-you-can-drink milk from our favorite stand there across from the barns. So that's, to me, why it's so important this time of year, and why I think it's so important that we celebrate the Great Minnesota Give Together that goes hand in hand with the Great Minnesota Get Together. As an FFA member, FFA opened a lot of doors for me, and so it's only natural for me to give back. As a child, my parents taught me to give back, not just time, but in treasure as well. And so for me, both of those components are important. So as an alumni member, it's important for me to make sure that I'm giving back my time and my talents, make sure that I'm helping our alumni affiliates across the state do better to make sure that they're supporting their local FFA programs and their local ag teachers, but also financially. I've been a longtime supporter of the foundation, and it continues to be an important part of my annual contributions, because I know how important that money is in making our programs go, providing opportunities for students from around the state, and it is about making things better. Our FFA creed states that, right? Better days through better ways, even as the better things we now enjoy come to us from the struggles of former years. It's about how do we make things better for those that come after us. I do believe in the future of agriculture, and because of that, I'm supporting the Great Minnesota Give Together.
My name is Patrice Bailey. I'm an assistant commissioner here at the Minnesota Department of Agriculture, and I wanted to talk to you about some of the amazing things, successes, some challenges, but opportunities that's happened here at the Department of Agriculture. One of the things I wanted to talk about is the partnerships that we have with FFA has always been strong and will continue to be strong. One of the things that I am most proud of, at least one of a few things that I'm most proud of, is the new agriculture license plate. The partnership between FFA and the University of Minnesota Extension was such an amazing opportunity to be able to combine ideas as to what agriculture is going to look like beyond today. That's really important to our emerging farmers as well throughout the state, that they can see themselves reflected in such a plate that supports agriculture for all. It's a really great opportunity. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was the amount of opportunities that we have with FFA students. Manners, for those who may not know, Manners is minorities in agriculture and natural related sciences. Is similar to FFA, but their focus is making sure that there's more students of color getting into the field of agriculture. I think agriculture in the next 50 years is going to be amazing, something that I would never imagine the amount of opportunities that are going to be present for so many students to get into this amazing field. I want to value the partnerships that we have with FFA, because the values that FFA has is so core to what we do here at the Department of Agriculture. So I just really wanted to thank you so much for all that you've done. Thank you so much for the partnerships, and look forward to continuing to working with FFA.
And that's a little bit about Region 3 and what our wonderful chapters have to offer. Thank you for your support to Minnesota FFA and Region 3.
Wow, well, thank you so much. We continue our journey through the Great Minnesota Give Together Telethon. Bryn, would you go ahead and tell what chapter you're from? I think you shared it early on, but can you give us a refresher?
Yeah, so I'm from the McRae FFA chapter. It's actually an acronym for 3 towns: Maynard, Clara City, and Raymond.
All right, well, you've been involved with the FFA for a while now, and I'm sure there's been some things that you kind of feel like you've grown and developed. And it's, you're going to share your story, but this is what is happening across our state on the lives of young people. Can you tell us about your growth through the organization?
Yes, for sure. So I started out in FFA in 7th grade, and as most junior high kids in 7th grade, you're shy, you want to hide behind your mom still, and you just want to do the bare minimum. And so that's what I did for the longest time until my friend kind of slowly pulled me out of my comfort zone, encouraging me to go to more FFA events and become more in tune with the roots that I had in agriculture. Later on, I actually moved schools to a different program, and I felt like a fish out of water. I was the new kid, it was a COVID year, and everything seemed like it was a mess. But I always remembered what my friend had taught me with being outside of my comfort zone, that you can't grow without stepping out of it. And with that, I slowly tried more and more things, going to more conferences, applying for region office, starting in new leadership development events, different career development events, and starting my supervised agriculture experience. And as uncomfortable as it was at times, I'm so thankful for the opportunities FFA has brought to me.
In addition to your own personal journey, you helped out with the State Green Hand Camp and State Leadership Camp. Did you kind of capture kind of what was happening with those young people as they were going through our FFA leadership training?
I did, I really did. I actually never got to attend any of those camps throughout my FFA experience, so I got to have a 2-in-1 with helping coordinate the camp and also having that camp experience. And it was amazing seeing what it could do for all those members, having them light up, have fun, while also learning and stepping out of their comfort zones and meeting a lot of new people and creating lifelong friendships.
Well, we're so glad you're here today. We've got a few more guests that we're going to welcome onto the stage here, but we certainly want to thank you and your fellow officers as you continue to meet the needs of young people and help get them to get out of their kind of comfort zone and get out there and put themselves out. Thank you and congratulations on your year so far. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, Val, I'm bringing up some friends. I'm bringing up Dr. Zane Sheehan, who also serves on our board, and he's the Minnesota FFA State Advisor, and a dear friend. I don't even know how we met Mary Bruschetta, but Mary Bruschetta, who is a FFA alum and a supporter, and she works at CFANS at the University of Minnesota. So thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I'm going to turn it over to you first, Dr. Zane. Why don't you give us a little update, like a mini 1-minute state of FFA in the state of Minnesota?
Sure. AgEd has been growing substantially in the last 3-4 years. We've opened 25-ish new teacher positions in the past 3 years. We're about 320 teachers now. That's 225 programs, and we just broke 40,000 students in AgEd. And so FFA is just about hitting its all-time membership high. We're at like 16,000 right now, and 17,000 was our membership high in the 80s. So we're growing really, really fast. A lot of people are interested in where their food comes from, how they can help save and protect the environment, and then making sure that we have enough food to feed everyone.
So we hear a lot about, climate change and people being concerned about the environment. So if you're concerned about the environment, maybe FFA is something you want to get involved in, right?
We have a lot of students doing projects in everything from growing mushrooms to environmental protections, and water quality is a big issue lately, to food science and biotechnology.
So right behind you, there's something cool on an easel. Do you want to tee that up, or should we let Val talk about that later?
I'll hand that to Val. Knows way more than...
Well, I'll just give you the skinny, and then we'll get to a near and dear friend with Mary Bichetti there. So that is the agriculture license plate, and I'm hopeful that all of you will consider putting that on your vehicle. It is available now at all your local DMVs and by application. And in a moment, we'll talk through what's all the symbolism that is involved with that plate. But there's a really neat opportunity to visit with Mary Bichetti.
Mary Bichetti.
Hello.
And Mary, I don't even know how we met, but it's so nice to be sharing the stage with you. Will you tell us why you continue to support FFA? And before you do that, I want to remind, if you are watching, you can give online or you can text 71777 MNFFA. And take it away, Mary. Why do you give to FFA?
Well, thank you, Jasmine. Thank you, Val, for the opportunity to be here. Really, I was thinking about it today as I was coming down to the FFA chapter house and leadership center about my experience in FFA. It really is the foundation of who I am and where I am today. I got involved as a freshman in high school, and actually the national officer candidate from Minnesota is from my hometown. And so I got to go to the national convention and really was introduced to the world. And throughout my high school experience, I was able to participate in contests and travel to Germany through a program. And now it's just made such a huge difference for me. And it's so fun to see the young people today continue to learn and grow and build their professional development. And I want to be a part of supporting them in their future.
I know I always see you at the state convention because that's held on the University of Minnesota's campus. What do you think students get from participating in the state convention?
Oh, so many things. Well, students are there for so many reasons, whether they're getting recognition for their accomplishments or competing in contests. It's a great opportunity for them to meet other students and also explore the campus. And I would like to give a plug for the University of Minnesota St. Paul. It's a land-grant university in the middle of an urban setting, and we have animals on campus, we've got crops on campus, and there are so many opportunities for young people to build their careers there. And so the opportunity to explore the campus is tremendous.
Well, as you can tell, both of these individuals are giving professionally to support young people and students through the FFA, but you both give personally, and so I'd like you to reflect a little bit about why and what areas you've chosen to support.
With your cash, your personal money, not just your time, but you're writing a check. So why do you write a check to FFA?
Yeah, well, we gave today because this is a great program, and we're excited to be here at the State Fair. Personally, one of the programs I like to do is the Legacy Club, and so we gave $1,000 or so to the high school that I attended. And so I wanted other students in the community in town that I grew up in to have the same opportunities I had. Because I grew up in a really challenged space. I probably would have never left my hometown, even went to college, had a great career option, had it never been for FFA helping shape who I am. And I wanted others in my town to have that same opportunity. So it was really nice to be able to give targeted dollars that I knew would go back to my home community.
That's amazing. Thank you. And what about you, Mary?
Oh, last year I gave to Region 5. I'm going to shout out to Region 5. Woohoo! This year I started my own fundraiser, so if anybody else wants to contribute to the Mary Bichetti fundraising campaign for the Great Minnesota Give Together, please do. And then also to the FFA, the Blue Jackets program, because I know what special feeling it is when you put on your blue jacket and you're together with your fellow FFA members, so I love supporting that program too.
Thank you. I mean, I can't stop plugging the Blue Jacket program. $90 will help a student get their Blue Jacket. You may have heard Val say that we had over 1,000 students apply last year, and we were only able to gift a little bit over 400. So again, to text, to give 7177 MNFFA. You can add a number if you want your money to go to a specific region, like you could add 5 if you want to be on Mary's challenge. But thank you.
Well, before Zane leaves, I do need to have you share with the audience. We are, like you said, experiencing tremendous growth in our programs. Why are schools so interested in starting a program now? What are they looking for to serve their students?
Sure. Well, career and technical education is different than academics. We want students in Ag Ed to have those social experiences like FFA, and then the experiential learning, or we call that SAE, the internships, the starting your own business. And so Ag Ed has always been about more than just the classroom. And I think that's what we're needing more than ever here in this post-ish COVID environment. Like, I need to learn how to interact with others, and I want to do things. I don't want to just sit in front of a TV screen. And so Ag Ed is a chance to really bring those classroom experiences alive. And our Ag Ed teachers are really talented. They're able to teach food chemistry and physics and economics and art. And so there's a lot of value to an Ag Ed teacher and what they can cover in their classrooms and the impact that they have on their students and their programs.
So when we hear all of that, what Dr. Sheehan has said, I really hope that you are moved to give to the Minnesota FFA Foundation tonight. As you've heard, there are so many people who have been impacted, but the opportunity to impact people in the future depends on us now. We want to support all those chapters, all those students, and then ultimately get them off to the University of Minnesota, other colleges that serve their needs, or go right
St. Paul
into the
campus,
trades.
right, at University of Minnesota. And we
Right.
can't forget that FFA is growing. Did you say you added a new program in the Robbinsdale School District? So it's across the great state, you know, in typical agriculture communities, but also in some of our urban and suburban areas.
Yeah, Minneapolis has several programs. Minneapolis has a program now. St. Paul has several programs. Robbinsdale's our newest metro area chapter, but we're honestly adding them faster than we can keep up with. And I wanted to go back to the previous comment. Like, the foundation is more than just the FFA Foundation. Like, it supports the teacher organization. It supports our alumni, the students. Like, without the foundation, we wouldn't be able to help all these new programs and teachers as they're coming on board. And so whatever that avenue is that fits best for you, whether it's teachers, students, schools, like, FFA Foundation's the right place.
Well, I just real quickly say, so obviously we've got a great champion here for the University of Minnesota Twin Cities campus, but we work equally with our Minnesota State partners, the University of Minnesota Crookston as well, and so we're really working to support the student and what path they want to take.
Yeah, and I love that you said it's the student, the teacher, and what was the third one? And the community. Student, teacher, community when you give to the FFA Foundation. We want to thank some of our sponsors. Oh, we have a little bit more time, but I do want to remind everyone, if you are thinking about giving, we do have a matching fund challenge from CoBank, Minnesota Farmers Union, ProSice Solutions, AURI, Minnesota Agri-Growth Council, and then the Minnesota FFA Foundation Board. Mary, now you see students, you were an FFA student. Do you want to share a memory, maybe share a favorite memory as a FFA student and as an alum?
Oh, that's a great question. I guess I'm going to go way back.
Way back?
Way back to freshman year. Back when I was a student, we had regions, but we also had districts, and so I actually won the district creed contest when I was in 9th grade. So
do you want to do the creed now?
Do you remember?
I believe in the future of agriculture with a faith born not of words but of deeds. I won't go any further, but I can at least get through the first paragraph. And as an alum, you know, I think every day, every year, coming here and seeing the state officers, seeing the Barneys, seeing all the students who are involved in FFA, and, you know, to Zane and Val's point, the teachers. I would like to remember my teacher, Mr. Loyal Fisher, who passed away this year. I was the fifth of a string of state officers who came through my FFA chapter. And it's not just about the state officers. The teachers care so much about their students. And so, yeah, every day is a great day to be an FFA supporter.
Well, we're so happy that you both were able to join us. We thank you. We're going to give a shout out. Well, first off, let's thank our guests for being with us today.
Thank you so much. But you know what? I loved hearing that creed. I want to ask one of our state officers to come on the stage. Who wants to share the creed for our audience here at the State Fair and watching online wherever they may be watching? Can I get one of our state officers to come up and say the FFA creed?
We'll pull them into another
Okay,
part
the
of
whole thing. We're going to pull
telethon.
you back.
Okay. All right. Well, first off, thank you so much
Thank
for being with us. Well, again, this is the Telethon, the Great Minnesota Give Together. Our goal is to support all the wonderful things that we're learning about and experiencing through students and through teachers. A shout out again to our sponsors, to AT&T and Cargill, Purple Ribbon sponsors, made in a nice investment in our students. The Blue Ribbon sponsors, Ag Country Farm Credit Services, Land O'Lakes, and the Southern Agriculture Center for Excellence.
And we got a tally during our last break, and so we see your donations coming in. We want to say thank you for everyone that is watching and everyone that is supporting. Again, if you want to text and support, the number to give at is 71777, and you're simply going to type in MNFFA, and you can add the number of a region if you wanted to designate to a specific region, or you can just put your amount in.
So Jasmine, as we're here at the fair, I mean, agriculture and FFA, we've been here a long time. You know, what does it mean to invest in young people? That this fair, this organization, these students continue to be served. You've come on a non-traditional way into our family of supporters. We are so grateful. But what does this all mean? Why are you investing?
You know, I will tell you, I think my first interaction with FFA was at the state convention when Natasha asked my moral class if anybody would be willing to volunteer. And I was blown away by the students. And I think I participated in the parliamentarian procedures competition. And it was just amazing to see the commitment and the preparation. And I think what we keep hearing through people that have come up and shared about their FFA experience is that you are gaining life skills. And more importantly, not only are you gaining life skills through involvement in FFA, but these are transferable life skills. So yes, we know that agriculture is a huge industry in the state of Minnesota. But we talked to Ed, who was a former chapter president, and he went on to run a nonprofit. He was a CEO of a nonprofit. So again, transferable leadership life skills that you can carry with you not only in high school, in college, in an advanced degree. You can bring them back to the farm. You can bring them to a different agriculture position, or you can bring them to a different industry. But you are gaining skills and a network that will support you throughout life. And I'm honored to be a part of it.
Well, we're excited, and as again, we want you to invest in these students. We have dedicated our time and our energy to help telling their stories because they're worth noting. As you give tonight, don't forget that first off, you're making a great investment. Second of all, we want to give you a chance to win a cool prize.
We got 2 cool prizes.
True. And I'll tell the one, you tell the other?
Well, which one are you going to tell?
You tell whichever.
Well, you could win tickets to see Zach Brown here at the State Fair. How cool is that? And I think we have a special message from him on our Facebook page, if I remember correctly. I don't know if it's going to be a part of the telethon, but if you head over to the Minnesota FFA Foundation Facebook page, you'll see a cool message from him. And what's the other cool prize?
Well, it's a beautiful barn quilt that was donated by Pat Fearson, a teacher and FFA advisor. It's beautiful, beautiful. It will look very nice on anybody's outdoor building. So with that, we want to remind you that we are taking our journey to continue through the state, and we invite you to take a look as we transition over to Region 4 and invite you to watch the video.
And don't forget, if you want to give audience members, we can't pass a collection plate, but you can text 71777. If you're sitting here and if you're coming out to the State Fair tonight, stop by and say hello. We would love to see you in the audience.
Hello, my name is Allison Morell, and I'm this year's Region 4 President. Throughout the region, we have many incredible individuals. We have individuals who are competing at national level and at the chapter level, along with the region. We have individuals who are always striving to be their best and really make an impact on FFA and their communities. Throughout this segment, you'll get to see a little bit of what our Region 4 members have to offer and a little bit about what has inspired us within FFA and with our futures. I want to thank you for your time and for your support of Region 4 FFA.
How FFA has impacted my life is it has shown me how to be a leader to many people and many different types of people, and how to meet everyone's needs, how there are different learners, from visual learners to physical learners and stuff like that, because we have all those sorts of types of people in our FFA chapter, and how to bring kids together to do things that they don't think that they are able to do, but they definitely are. FFA has opened many windows for me in agriculture and has started me on a path to become a welder, and has given me much opportunities in our ag classes in our school to be able to get a little jump start into that career before I'm out of school, and to help me get into colleges. And some of my jobs have very much liked that I'm an FFA, and that has given me a leg up from some people. And it has just made my path into going into the agriculture careers much easier for me, and it has given me many friends and met a lot of people from, I think, all the way across the country to some people even across the world, and have seen and met different people who like to do a whole bunch of different things, and it just brings everyone together in one group.
When I was in 7th grade, my biggest fear, even now today, is I have such a struggle talking in front of people, and since being an FFA, it's helped me talk in front of big crowds, even though I it's so scary when I'm doing it still now to this day, but I have that courage. Like, I can do it whether or not I'm scared of it, and that's something that FFA's helped me. If I'm scared of something, I should just go do it.
I live on my family's 600-cow dairy farm, where we raise almost all of the feed on 900 acres. A few of my tasks are running the triple mowers, seeding alfalfa, spring and fall tillage work, and chopping silage. Through this job, I've earned over $30,000. I plan to use that towards my college education. Additionally, I was able to purchase a disc ripper, and I've gained countless leadership skills. When I am not working, I enjoy taking videos and pictures with my drone and sharing about farming on Instagram. In the fall, I will be attending Bridgewater College, majoring in farm operations and management. With this education and experience, I hope to come back to the family farm to continue the family legacy.
I'm the Princeton FFA advisor, and I have been the advisor for over 20 years. And in the last 20 years, I have seen FFA change people's lives in the most extraordinary ways. I've watched children walk into my classroom quiet and shy, and walk out being strong leaders and ready to face the world. I highly recommend FFA for all children and all students of all different backgrounds. There is definitely something for FFA for every person. And I'm just so happy to have had so many students in FFA. My own children are FFA members, and it's just a wonderful organization.
FFA and agriculture as a whole has impacted me immensely the last couple of years. Before being a part of FFA, I had no idea the amount of opportunities and career paths there were in the agricultural industry. I also thought that I knew what my career path was, and I was set. However, being a part of this amazing organization has opened my mind to different opportunities and different career paths. So I had a change of heart. I no longer had any idea what I wanted to do. Then my ag teachers came in, and they impacted me. So I had a change of heart, and I thought to myself, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to impact those students the way my ag teachers had impacted me and the students that I could see. So, with that being said, I have intentions of studying agricultural education and ag business, with hopes of becoming an ag teacher.
And last year I was the Princeton FFA chapter president, and I just graduated, and I'm really sad to be graduating out of FFA, but it has taught me a lot throughout the years. I started FFA in 9th grade. I was shy and I didn't really know anyone, but over the years I've gained a lot of leadership skills and gained my confidence, and now I'm heading off to Colorado for farrier school, and then after that I'm heading to Kansas for a 2-year ag business degree. My SAE is milking at various different farms. I've been milking at farms since I was in 9th grade. It has really helped me develop new skills with getting up early and taking responsibility of the cows and getting them prepared before us, and then very late nights taking care of them as well. And I've grown to love cows. Then when I first started, I was kind of scared of them, but
a couple things that FFA has done for me. FFA has given me a better understanding of who I want to be as a person, and it's given me the opportunity to learn more about what I want to do with my life outside of high school. Some of the things that I have always enjoyed doing FFA is the horse evaluation judging and being able to engage younger members and future members of our FFA chapter.
Some things that FFA has done for me, they really helped me see what I want to do with my life. Last year I competed in the Ag Mechanics CDE and really found during practicing that I really want to be an electrician. Some of the things that they've done for me, they've helped me grow in leadership. This year I decided I wanted to be on the officer team for Region 4. Never thought I would want to do that before. My advisor really pushed me forward to do that, do better things. I owe it to him. Some of the things it's done for me is helped me with making new friends, really, and coming outside my bubble, going to explore the last couple of years. I started talking to people. I never usually do that. But the last year I did. It really was good. Really good to grow and learn, expand that knowledge. Each year, FFA helps me to continue to grow, become stronger and more well-rounded in the person that I am and I am becoming. Thank you.
In my SAE project, I got the opportunity to collect macroinvertebrates from Browns Creek, sort them into families, calculate the stream's health, raise and release rainbow trout, and assist with other natural resource-related tasks. Throughout my SAE, I gained the knowledge of understanding a biotic index and how to measure it. I also gained the skills to take a representative sample of the stream and use the sample for the water quality index. Outside of my SAE, I work at a horse stable, hunt, and I am our chapter reporter. I will attend University of Wisconsin River Falls and double major in field biology and conservation with goals of having a career in wildlife management.
FFA to me is all of the things. We think about agriculture on a daily basis, whether it's our food, our fiber, or our pets at home. And I am privileged to be able to share my passion of agriculture and different animals to all of the students in the classroom, as well as the younger students in the elementary school. Our FFA chapter is a strong chapter that we have around 40 members, and we are currently looking at all of the different things when it comes to state level as well as national. We have had many state participants, from state choir and state band all the way to our general livestock team, as well as current FFA ambassadors. And other things that we've got going on in Mora, we actually this past year received the Grants for Growing $5,000 grant to be able to purchase a hydroponic system. So that's been a really fun experience to be able to implement into the classroom as well as FFA. We are currently growing lettuce and different herbs to be able to supply our school cafeteria. And in the summer, we've been able to keep it growing and going and be able to donate to our local food shelf as well. Our chapter is very active when it comes to our community. We work with our current Farm Bureau as well as our pork producers to help them at the 4-H and FFA pieces at the county fair. We also get to go to their annual meetings and talk about all the different ways that we are impacting our students and our future generations about agriculture.
I graduated out of FFA this year, but as a high schooler, I was the chapter president, vice president, and secretary. And this past fall, I competed at the National FFA Convention in Indianapolis in the Floriculture Career Development event. And I got there because as a 9th grader, I set a goal to make it there eventually. So I practiced once a week for an hour all 4 years with my teammates to eventually make it there. And we achieved that goal, and it was so well worth it. I've grown so much in FFA, from a little shy 9th grader and now to being a leader at my college. So I'm really thankful for all the experiences and people I've met through my FFA adventure. FFA means trying new things. FFA means leadership.
FFA means learning new things.
FFA means growth.
FFA means a place where we can bring people together.
FFA means Premier Leadership.
FFA means family.
Thank you so much for your support of Region 4 FFA these last few minutes. Your support and donations will help our region to be fully funded throughout the year and continue to make amazing programs that will help our youth development throughout the region.
All right, welcome back. Well, look at this. We have Allison on screen and Allison with us, as well as a couple other Region 4 FFA officers. So come forward just a little bit and we'll visit a little bit about your experiences in the FFA. So first, why don't you say your name, your chapter, and what office you hold within Region 4?
My name is Allison Morrell, and I'm from the Bram FFA chapter, and my office is President of Region 4 FFA.
My name is Brandy Wellnitz from the Moore FFA chapter, and I'm serving as Region 4's Vice President.
I'm Kira Busby from the Forest Lake FFA chapter, and I'm the Region 4 Treasurer.
All right, ladies, so you're here, and I'm going to guess that when you started in the FFA, you probably wouldn't have seen yourself in front of this big crowd here at the Great Minnesota State Fair. No.
Definitely not.
Tell us a little bit about what attracted you to join the FFA.
Well, for me, I really didn't know even what FFA was when I joined. I knew that it had horse evaluation, and I am a big horse girl, so I joined. But then as I got more into FFA and I went to the Apex conference here at the Capitol, I really got to see what FFA has for me to offer, and it really just changed how I viewed agriculture and youth organizations like FFA as a whole.
So I'm going to quickly go off of that before we pass the mic. Has it helped you as far as career exploration or areas that you want to dedicate your professional career to?
Absolutely. I plan on going into business, and so CDEs, which are career development activities, and also LDEs, leadership development events, we get to learn about public speaking, communicating with others, and these kind of things have helped me a lot already. Participating in competitions like the Farm Bureau discussion meet have really taught me how to communicate with others, work as a team, and really deliver various messages.
Perfect. Well, go ahead, and why don't you share?
So what got me in FFA was actually my mom. She brought me to a meeting. I'm like, what are we doing here? But in FFA, my first year, I got to meet so many people and try different things, whether or not it was horse evaluation, livestock evaluation, or milk quality.
All right, sounds like your mother knew wisely to get you involved in the FFA. Appreciate all the parents who are helping give that little nudge or support. Perfect, thank you. How about you?
For me, I actually switched schools, and FFA was the first organization to welcome me with open arms, and so that really clicked with me, and it kind of became my family.
So you've done a lot, and I assume you still have some goals and things you want to accomplish in the FFA. Is that accurate? And if so, tell the audience what you hope to be involved with in the FFA.
In the FFA for the following years, I want to step up my leadership and just, experience more, be a better leader to the best of my abilities.
Wonderful. How about you?
So when I was my first couple years in FFA, I always saw some of the older FFA members be region officers. So at that time, that was my main goal. And so here I am. So my new goal is just getting my state degree.
Nice.
FFA has had a lot to offer me, including getting to go to Washington, D.C. this past year for the Washington Leadership Conference for FFA. So lots of amazing opportunities like that have taught me so many skills, and I hope to continue to take opportunities like going to Washington, D.C. and anything else that seems to pop up on my radar that FFA has to offer for me.
So I think you'd all agree with me that you're here because somebody has supported you, and that's what tonight's telethon is about. It's encouraging people to invest in young people like these lovely young ladies. But one of the key people that has done that in your life is your advisor, I'm pretty confident. So would you reflect a little bit? First, give a shout out to your teacher. I'm going to do it too. My high school agriculture was Lee Thompson from the Goodhue FFA chapter. He's now teaching ag mechanics at the University of Minnesota, helping advance the teacher development. But go ahead and give a shout out to your teachers and tell a little bit about what they did for you personally.
Well, my school is actually going through a transition of switching to a different egg teacher. Our past egg teacher, Luke Becker, he just left, so he's teaching at another school actually and bringing an FFA program into a new school. But what actually got me into FFA was he found me at my county fair. I was riding my horse, and he came up and he's like, I hear you're coming to Bram. I was homeschooled until 9th grade. And so he came up, he found me, and he said, you got to do FFA. It's worth it. You'll learn so much. And he was right, and I've been able to do a lot of amazing things.
Wonderful. It sounds like the teacher found you right where you were at, your interest, and helped advance that into the FFA. So exciting that a teacher would do that.
Yep, so my egg teacher, Jennifer McCauley, my very first year, she's always helped me from going and trying those different CDE competitions and getting me out of my comfort zone and actually being able to do public speaking and just actually being able to get out of my comfort zone and do things that I normally wouldn't have done.
Wonderful.
So I have quite a few advisors, Veronica Ward, Jordan Pollock, Ann Tozel, and Mike Miron. And all of them have pushed me out of my comfort zone beyond what I thought I was able to do. And I was able to try a lot new CDEs last year, and so they really pushed me to step out and try new CDEs that I didn't even think I wanted to know more about. So they've really pushed me.
Well, we love our teachers, and obviously they've just shared about some teachers who give of themselves all the time to help advance opportunities for their students. We have a teacher shortage or high demand, and we want to provide resources through the Minnesota FFA Foundation to grow that next generation of teachers. So ladies, just know that if you're interested in teaching agriculture and making an impact in somebody else's life, just as they did in yours, that we would welcome that. Thank you for all that you're doing for Region 4 and for the FFA members across that area. We thank you for your time today and want you to enjoy the rest of the fair. Let's hear it for our Region 4 officers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wow, Val, I'm coming out with a special guest. I'm going to be tossing it over to Natasha because she's going to be interviewing Kelly Pago. Kelly is working here in the Miracle of Birth Center, and I have Newman with me, this little baby sheep, so precious. Kelly was gracious enough to let me hold her. I don't know if she's liking the sun. I'm like, oh my God, am I doing something wrong? But I'm gonna let you two take it away for this fantastic conversation.
Thanks, Jasmine. We'll hand over the lamb here to Kelly.
Over the lamb.
Kelly has been spending some quality time here at the Miracle of Birth Center, CHS Miracle of Birth Center. The last 5 days, I suppose, and really been a great addition here. Kelly loves to talk to the public about livestock and agriculture, and it's been so fun to have her. So first of all, Kelly, tell us where you're from.
Yeah, so I am from Region 5, actually, from the Benson FFA chapter. I'll be a senior this year in high school.
Yes, and I am alumni of the Benson FFA chapter, so I super love to be up here with Kelly. And we're going to talk a little bit about how integral the foundation really is in the success of our young people, and Kelly is a really great example of that. So Kelly, tell us a little bit about the experiences that you've taken in FFA and how those, maybe pick a couple of them, like how have they really impacted your personal growth, your career success, and the leadership development that you've had?
Yeah, so actually one thing that I like to stress the importance of is I actually grew up here in Roseville, Minnesota, about 15, 20 minutes here from the state fairgrounds, so really urban, and I moved out about in 6th grade to 2.5 hours away on kind of a hobby farm. And I started 9th grade and I met my advisor and kind of forced me into our career development events. And then I learned about leadership development events, really public speaking and extemporaneous speaking, so coming up with speeches in about half an hour that have to be about 5 minutes with a pretty short topic to come up with. And without those opportunities with the public speaking, I would not be up here today. They really showed me the confidence that I didn't know I had, and showed me really what I wanted to do in my future. This will be my 2nd year at the CHS Miracle of Birth Center, and my 1st year I met our state officer, Noah, this year, and without the experience meeting him and being at the CHS Miracle of Birth Center, I would not be back here this year without it. This experience here has taught me why I want to educate about our livestock here and what I want to do with my future and where I want to go with it.
That's fabulous. Now, through the FFA organization, you know, as a young member, you were probably pushed a lot into experiences. And some of the very important activities that are available for young people in FFA are really because of the Minnesota FFA Foundation and the funding that people like all of you, people watching today, that $50, that $5, that $100 donation, whatever it is, it all counts. And that's what's so wonderful about it is it's pooled together and provides a lot of students many opportunities. So Kelly, have you ever attended a leadership camp?
Yeah, so as a region officer this year, I attended Power up in by Deep Portage Learning Center, and Power this year was absolutely fantastic. I met our region officers from all over the state, and we all learned about what amazing leaders we can be, and kind of pushed our potential limits on where we can go with what we learn through our ag educators and the people there that teaching us what we now know today. They really inspire us to what we want to do in our future, and without that experience, meeting everybody and learning what we're really possible of is really important to us.
I mean, it sounds to me like, you know, coming from an urban area, moving out to a rural area, you kind of have seen both sides of the world there. They're a lot the same and different as well. But these experiences that you've taken, it sounds to me like they've really pushed and developed you as a leader. And I can tell that just by having conversations with you that you're not afraid to speak and you want to really help people understand your perspective. So I'm wondering, through your speaking contests, have you brought any of those to the state FFA convention and competed there?
Yeah, so like you said, I've kind of seen both sides of things, the urban side, the rural side, the livestock and plant side. And through my public speaking, I've been able to bring that to the state convention. Just kind of what I've learned in my public speaking, I've been able to speak to others more confidently and kind of encourage them in their contests at state convention as well.
The State FFA Convention is held every year, and that is where students like Kelly from all over the state come actually here to the University of Minnesota campus, and they're competing in a number of contests that relate to agriculture, food, and natural resources, and a lot of leadership development events. And without those types of experiences, these students, they're just pushed little bits by little bits, and their development into leaders is just really outstanding. And you're a really great example of that. And the FFA Foundation, like I said, every little bit counts, and that's what allows these students to grow as leaders and to go into the future, you know, to make a difference in our industry, which affects every single human, right? Because we all need food. So Kelly, thank you so much. Thank you, Newman, for gracing us with your presence.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to continue on here and talk about some other exciting things that are happening. We've got our agriculture license plate, and Emma Kubal, the state president, is going to join us for a little bit about this plate. Emma, what can you tell us about the plate? This has been under works for a while. You share what you know, and we'll share a few more things. It should be, but
they might have turned it off.
Okay, there we go. So the plate's really cool because it has a lot of symbolism. So we split it with 4-H, but I mean, personally, the FFA symbolism is really cool. So first of all, we have the rising sun in the background. In FFA, that stands for a new era in agriculture. So if you'll see, it's also on our jackets too. We also have a traditional cornfield, but in the hands, which are 2 different colors to show diversity in agriculture. It's a basil plant. So it shows that everybody can be involved in agriculture, which goes along with our slogan, but the traditional cornfield in the background shows how important traditional agriculture is to the Minnesota economy.
And I'm going to just piggyback off when she referenced the hands. Those have significance to both organizations. So in the 4-H, you'll have in the motto, "My hands to larger service," as well as in the FFA, one of the early degrees that a student earns is the green hand degree, and it shows that you've demonstrated certain characteristics of leadership and have been involved. And as she referenced, the 2 skin tones really represents agriculture as a place for everybody. And as Jasmine knows, the Minnesota FFA Foundation has been working on this project for 4 years.
For years. Before my tenure on the FFA Minnesota Foundation Board. But I will tell you, you know, if you live in the great state of Minnesota, you have to get a new plate like every 6 years. You can't keep the same plate forever. And so we hope that if it is your time to get a new plate, you will choose to get the agriculture plate in the state of Minnesota. And even if it's not your time to get a new plate, hey, maybe when you're ordering your tabs for the new year, that you will consider selecting the agriculture plate, because it's really a beautiful plate and it pays homage to not only our agriculture history, our past, but it also is a wonderful tribute to our present and our future.
So in addition to it just being beautiful, right, we want to see this on the Minnesota roads. As Emma shared, it's a partnership that we have in place with the 4-H. And so when you purchase this plate for your vehicle, and it can be your personal vehicle, your business vehicle, all of
your
those
motorcycle,
yes,
vroom, vroom.
You're investing in those two organizations. So the plate costs you...
I think it can go on some tractors too, Val.
You know, that one I'm not sure about, but yes, I'm sure it will. Initially, you have to pay for the plate, which is about $12, and then make a $20 contribution. And then that $20 is split between FFA and 4-H, and that is an annual contribution. So it is an investment, and we are hopeful that you here at the fair, as well as our audience watching online, if you haven't, that you'll consider this beautiful plate to put on your vehicle.
Another subtle way to support agriculture in the great state of Minnesota. And again, you are supporting our students, not only our FFA students, but our 4-H students also. Val, another reason that we have Emma on the stage is because look at Emma. I know you're not supposed to comment on a woman's attire, but I'm going to say all of our state officers are in their official uniforms today. And it's a warm day here at the fair, so I want to applaud them for wearing their lovely blue jackets zipped up with their tie and their white collar. So let's give them thank you, audience. Woohoo! Give it up for them. But don't they look lovely? I hear a lot of people saying, I don't know what these young people are wearing. In my work as a professional speaker, I do a lot of things on professional development. But Emma even has on nylons and heels. So again, life skills like how to professionally present yourself are gained from your involvement in FFA.
So I ran for Miss Morristown, which is our local royalty, and I had to do a professional interview for that. So the skills I learned in FFA of how to dress professionally was really helpful in that. And also my jacket is really important to me because, and my entire official dress, because both of my parents were in FFA together, and that's how they met. So I'm actually wearing my mom's scarf, and then on the inside of my jacket, I have one of my dad's pins.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for sharing that. So, again, this is a telethon, give-a-thon, the Great Minnesota Give Together. If you would like to give and support us today, we want to encourage you to text to 71777 MNFFA. There we go. MNFFA. Where are we going next, Val?
We're going to Region 5. Some of the area of that is the Wilmer area, as well as the surrounding communities. We've got some great stories to tell. But as we get ready, I believe we're going to show that Zach Brown video, and you could win 2 tickets to Friday's concert here at the State Fair. So give a listen as we think about your
Give a listen. Zach Brown again, 71777. You want to make sure you give so that you can have an opportunity to win one of those cool prizes.
Perfect.
Hey, this is Coy Bowles from the Zach Brown Band. I hope you will join me and others in supporting Minnesota FFA Foundation's Great Minnesota Give Together Telethon. The Telethon is an opportunity to learn how involvement with the FFA is providing opportunities for students to develop the skills needed to become leaders for agriculture and local communities. To support tremendous growth, we ask you make a donation to the Telethon. In addition to supporting FFA programs, one lucky donor will receive 2 tickets to see me and the entire Zach Brown Band when we perform at the Minnesota State Fair on Friday, September the 2nd. So join us for some fun as we perform some of our favorite tunes like Chicken Fried Toes and all your other favorites. I hope you'll support Minnesota FFA students through the Great Minnesota Give Together Telethon with your donation. Peace.
I'm Jack Frank, and I'm currently serving as the Region 5 FFA President. Region 5 has tons to offer, and we're super excited to showcase all we have. So without further ado, please enjoy.
Hi, I'm Sophie. I'm Lauren.
And I'm Jack.
And we are all currently serving as Region 5 officers.
We are so excited to share with you our various success stories throughout FFA.
Everyone experiences FFA differently, and in turn, their outcomes may vary. But in the end, it's all for the better.
From our CDE LDs to our various SAE projects.
Our members have tons to offer and many different ideas to support our region.
Please enjoy hearing from the many voices throughout our region.
Where have you seen student successes since you became a teacher?
So I've seen a lot of different student successes throughout FFA, ranging from what some people would call big things to small things. Either one, to me, success is success, and it doesn't big or small. I think they all need to be celebrated. But I've had students. I've had a student from South Dakota who ended up as the National Egg Star in business. Started working at a C-store as the cashier, and by the time he graduated, he was installing GPS units, interrogators, that kind of stuff. And then went on to become an ag teacher and one of the youngest members of the South Dakota State Senate. That's just one of them that I've seen. Locally here, one of our big ones is probably, Natalie making it to being the state vice president. And I remember her as a little 7th grader coming into the greenhouse, and she had all these plans laid out. She was going to be a chapter officer by 9th grade and a region officer by 10th, and president of the region by 12th grade, and state officer at the time she graduated. And I was just kind of like, yep, typical 7th grader, big dreams, but she actually did follow through on every one of them. So that would be another success that I've seen. I've seen successes as our farm management team, whose goal was they wanted to do well at state. They ended up winning state. They worked hard. They came in 2 or 3 nights a week for the entire summer that year. Working on farm management, ended up 3rd in the nation. So those are big successes that I've seen. But like I said, even the small ones are fun and what make teaching fun. And I look at my 9th graders, for example. So here we make all 9th graders learn how to weld, just so that they're experienced to different job opportunities they may not have thought of. And it's, to me, always fun when I take that little 9th grader in there and they're shaking so bad and ready to pee their pants, like just, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm doing this, I'm holding lightning in my hand. And then when they start jumping up and down and realizing that it's a lot of fun and they can do it, to me that's pretty fun. Those are the things that I really like about ag. So,
What does student success look like to you?
Student success looks in a different way, a lot of different ways. I mean, we have these big ones, but to me too, it's that kid that's worked hard on a CDE. And maybe they haven't won, but they've qualified for state. And their face lights up and they're just all happy and jumping up and down. I can't believe I did it, I think I did it. And it's like I told you could, you just gotta put your mind to it. So it's them achieving whatever goal they set out to be, whether it be a CDE team, finishing a weld in the shop, doing a woods project, whatever their goal is. Student success is them accomplishing their goal. And that, like I said, from big to small, they're all important, and they're all fun. The small ones you see a lot, and that's kind of what makes teaching fun. So.
I will be attending the state FFA weekend at the state fair. This is Melby. She's a junior yearling breeder, and she will be showing there.
My passion for agriculture grew a long time ago. When I was in 3rd grade, I joined 4-H for the very first time, and I absolutely loved it. I showed my rabbit Josie, then we got goats, and then pretty soon I was at the age where I could show at the state fair, which was amazing. Okay, I did generals as well. In the spring of my 6th grade year, the ag teacher Jason Stewig and my current co-teacher and some high school officers asked me, hey, can we borrow your goats for Farm Safety Day? And I was like, yeah, that's okay, yep. And so they came and borrowed them, and they told me what FFA was and all the cool things they did, from LDEs to CDEs, and what they were and how to get involved. And they told me what officers were, and it was amazing. I joined and I had a phenomenal time. When I was 15 and 16, I became a lifeguard and a swim instructor. And I found my true passion for teaching. I love teaching the 5 to 14-year-old students how to swim, how to use their skills, how to apply themselves, how to be safe. It was amazing. I loved that atmosphere. Then I got to the year of when I was a junior, senior year. My ag teacher sat me down and we were talking about what we were gonna do in life, and he's like, I think you would make a good ag teacher. And I was like, okay. So I went home and did some more thinking, and I talked to my parents about it, and they're like, yeah, that'd be super cool. So then I did some research on it, and I was like, yes, this is exactly what I want to do. So I went to SMSU and got my undergraduate degree and learned that this was my passion. I loved everything about teaching. I loved pre-student teaching, student teaching, and then I grew immensely in my first year of teaching at Westbrook Walnut Grove, which I had an amazing time. I loved helping kids learn from the basics of cooking to home repair and helping them in FFA. So this is a passion that I hope others take in course and become an agriculture teacher no matter what your background is.
My FFA story started my freshman year of high school, when I was lucky enough to get enrolled in an Intro to Ag class. This class was amazing because it allowed me to get more hands-on form of school, which I never really got in my other classes. Outside of the classroom, I was able to develop my own supervised agricultural experience, or SAE project. My SAE projects were raising pigs, shop organization, and my very own lawn mowing business in my hometown, where I would be able to mow and care for a handful of residential and rural property lawns. I learned valuable skills from all my SAE projects, including business management, personal management, and career readiness. Through FFA, I've been lucky enough to compete in a few of the many CDE competitions that are offered, my favorites being forestry and fish and wildlife. In both of these competitions, I've been able to learn more about the industries and relating career paths. FFA has opened up so many doors to me and has allowed me to have so many new experiences. One of my absolute favorite aspects of FFA is the possibility to be an officer. Throughout my time at FFA, I've served at the chapter level as a sentinel and president, and at the region level, I served as a director, and I'm currently serving as the president. I love being an officer because it allows me to meet tons of people that otherwise I wouldn't really get to meet. And I also get to help plan tons of events at the region, chapter level, and even sometimes the state level. Throughout this role, I have been able to develop my own leadership skills, and I've been able to help the organization grow. I would not be the same person if not for the FFA organization, and I'm super thankful for all it has done for me and all of its members.
I'm exhibiting my animals here at the Candy-Ojai County Fair. I will be bringing 2 of my heifers down to the FFA weekend of the state fair. Along with her, this is Little Red. She's a spring calf of a Foundation Simmental.
I'm currently at the Candy-Ojai County Fair exhibiting my 6 swine hens. I'm super excited to be showing this year at the state FFA livestock weekend. I can't wait to connect with many more members. This year I'm currently serving as our chapter president back home in my home chapter. And I'm also serving this year as our region sentinel in my own region, Region 5. I cannot wait to thank many of our sponsors this coming year.
I have always had a passion for agriculture, and I became involved in FFA as a freshman when my first ag teacher encouraged me to attend a meeting and participate in my first contest, Creed Speaking. Since then, I have had countless opportunities to meet new people, participate in a variety of contests, including dairy judging and parliamentary procedure, and help with many of our chapter and region events. Some of these region events include GETS, our Fall Green Hand Conference, LTC, our overnight leadership camp, and this year, our 2nd annual barn dance. My favorite part about these events is seeing FFA members come together to meet new people and become stronger leaders. I encourage each and every FFA member to continue getting involved, whether it's by participating in a new contest or attending a new camp or conference. Thank you for continuing to support our organization, believing in us as young leaders in agriculture, and allowing us to provide countless opportunities for FFA members across the state of Minnesota.
The most rewarding thing during my student teaching would be helping students figure out what they want to do with their lives and helping them decide, yeah, this would be a great college career path.
I spent some time doing some chapter office things. I was the region president a couple years ago, and then I served as a state officer as well. All of those times really impacted me in how the way that I view FFA as a whole. And it really had an impact on me, and I want to have that impact on others, and that's one of the big reasons I became a teacher.
What has been your most memorable experience, you would say, within FFA? Legislators, that's pretty big.
Honestly, I think my most memorable experience would probably be during my student teaching experience. I got to go to state convention, and with everything that's been going on, it was my first state convention in 4 years. So it was really, really fun this last spring, and I got to see just all of my student success on board. It was really great to see all of their hard work pay off and see them make it up on stage actually, and all the successes they've had. Just get a little bit of recognition for all of their hard work, and it was just such a rewarding moment.
Thanks for watching. I truly believe that Region 5 has something special, and I hope you guys could see it through our showcase.
Uh-oh. I said welcome. We are back live at the Great Minnesota Give Together, at the Great Minnesota Get Together, aka the Minnesota State Fair. My name is Jasmine Brett Stringer. I'm a proud board member of the Minnesota FFA Foundation, and I have with me Amanda Summers, our Minnesota FFA Foundation program coordinator, and we are going to talk a little bit about this blue jacket, because you've been hearing, if you've been with us, I don't even know how long we've been on, but if you've been watching, we've been talking a lot about the blue jackets and just how special they are to our members. So Amanda, will you give us an overview of the Minnesota Foundation's Blue Jacket program, please?
Absolutely. The Minnesota FFA Foundation's Blue Jackets Bright Futures program is one of our very favorite programs that we offer through the FFA Foundation. For $90, you can sponsor a jacket just like this one for an FFA member in Minnesota. Our FFA members have to apply every year for the Blue Jackets Bright Futures program, and we are excited to share every year. Last year we awarded 420 Blue Jackets.
And we had over 1,000 applicants, so that's why we need you to give today, and you can text MNFFA to 71777 to give. If you're in the audience and you want to give, again, 71777. MNFFA, and $90 you'll help a student get a jacket.
$90. In our years of existence, we've awarded almost 5,000 Blue Jackets to FFA members. So if you'd like more information, there are brochures inside. Otherwise, you can find it on our website.
Now, do you want to talk a little bit about the jacket? We heard Emma talking about her jacket and wearing her mother's scarf in our last piece.
Absolutely, Val. Would you like to share?
Sure, it certainly can. So the corduroy jacket has been a part of the organization for decades, and I've been around long enough to know when people wondered, is this the right look? And across, hands down, people said yes. We are so proud of what this jacket represents. This is cotton, an American crop. It has been woven into blue corduroy, which we're all pretty fond of. It dons a few really important pieces of information. So when a student is wearing this, they're representing not only their state, and in this case, this is a state officer jacket, so they represent all the members across the state, but this would usually say the name of the town or the chapter that they're a member of. And then on the front side is the student's name. And so when we talk about this being more than just a piece of clothing, it means that you have to be responsible and respectful because you represent all members of the FFA organization, not only in Minnesota, but across the country.
The collective of FFA that is, isn't it international? Just not national, but international FFA, right?
There's a couple of programs that have modeled themselves after FFA that are international.
Right. And then what is the chain?
The chain is something that those very active students that have been involved with their Supervised Ag Experience program, they will earn their state, or in this case, American FFA degree. So if you see a student with that chain, but more specifically that charm, it means that they have achieved a lot of success and developed their career path or career plan through their Supervised Ag Experience program.
Right, and then we learned that chapters do have blue jackets that students can wear because they do need to wear this as a part of their official uniform when they're at competitions, when they're representing FFA publicly. But there's nothing like having your own. And I am really touched that the board supports this program and that the Minnesota FFA Foundation supports this program. We heard from the Rocking K Ranch that they support the Blue Jacket program. And so if you're watching online streaming and you support the program, please drop us a note in the comment and we'll give you a shout out too. If you're here live with us at the State Fair and you want to donate, again, you can text MNFFA to 71777.
Well, we'd be remiss if we didn't let Amanda share a little bit about her background. You wore the blue jacket. You dedicate your career now to supporting young people in the FFA. Can you share with the viewers both here at this beautiful fair day as well as our on-stream audience why you personally are involved?
Absolutely. I was a member of FFA all growing up. I served as a chapter officer and such through. I studied agriculture education at the University of Minnesota, so it's in your blood once you have that leadership qualities within the FFA. And that is the reason why I do what I do now with the Minnesota FFA Foundation, is to raise money for these jackets to make sure that every FFA member has the opportunity to participate in FFA as I did. And so that's why we spend so much time reaching out to donors on such a tangible effort for just $90.
And if you've been with us, you might remember Dr. Sheehan saying, when you support FFA, you're supporting students, teachers, and communities. Again, your donation to FFA supports teachers, students, and communities. So Val, I think you're going to take it away with some other people,
We've
right?
got some more. We've got an action-packed program for you today.
Okay.
So Amanda, thank you so much for sharing about that program. As was mentioned, check it out on our website so that you can learn more about how those jackets are making a difference. We are excited to welcome Jack Frank, the Region 5 FFA president, on stage with us. Jack was in the video. You probably saw him, but he's here today. So Jack, tell us why you're here at the fair. What have you been up to and what's ahead for you?
Right now at the fair, I am actually over at the 4-H building with another awesome youth organization, but I decided to come down over to the FFA building and see what another amazing youth organization is up to and see the telethon.
And Jack, are you in the Army National Guard?
My dad was in it for 20 years. My sister's in it now for 3, and I might go into it.
Well,
I'm
we
still
want to
on the
say
fence.
thank you for your service to your dad and your sister. And should you decide to join, we will be saying thank you to you for your service. But thank you to your commitment to FFA and agriculture in the state of Minnesota.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about your FFA journey, and if you do choose, whether that's your career path or what your career path looks like, how has FFA prepared you for that opportunity?
So in FFA, I started back in it would have been my 9th grade year, because I know some schools start in 7th grade, but my high school just does 9th grade. And my ag teacher got me involved with the Intro to Ag class. My dad was in the FFA. One of my older siblings was in the FFA. So I always knew what it was, and I always saw that it was a great way to build my leadership and go forward and kind of give back to the community. So I'm blanking on what the second part of your question was.
Well, tell us a little bit about that, giving back to the community. What are some things that your chapter did that really were community service driven?
Through my school, a lot of it was knowledge-based, with getting community members into our school system. We have a career day where we had local business owners come in and talk to our local FFA members. We also give back to the community by doing different fundraisers and events to get the community involved and kind of just have stuff going on, I guess.
So we talked a little bit about it already, but since you take on a leadership role in two very important youth organizations, do you have your ag license plate yet, Jack?
I currently do not have an egg license plate.
When we ask you next year at this time if you have your plate, what do you think?
I probably will have one. I'm driving my parents' car right now, so
Oh, well, that's
once
more
I
of a
get
better
my own.
reason to get it. You need to say, Mom and Dad, hey, we need to get this license plate.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
they can pay for it.
I don't know. I'd have to bribe him into that one, maybe.
Talk a little bit about your teacher and what influence your teacher has had on your FFA experience.
My teacher, shout out to Mrs. Oren, by the way, at Redwood Valley.
Hi, Redwood Valley.
She was really just super influential in my decision to join FFA. She talked about the pros of everything it can give to me, and she really just made it really enticing to join. A lot of my friends were in the FFA, so that was a big plus, and I made a lot more friends since I've joined the FFA, so definitely a plus with that as well. But she's just really great at teaching the kids and making it fun, and I really love the hands-on involvement the FFA gives us.
Jack, you mentioned your leadership and you mentioned the hands-on experience. Dr. Sheehan spoke to those experiential learning opportunities. So would you like to talk about how some of the hands-on learning opportunities are and how FFA has helped with your leadership?
A lot of the hands-on leadership, at least at my school, has been awesome because we've had a lot of mechanical classes like small engines, welding classes, which I knew nothing about welding, but now I can say I can at least lay a somewhat good bead welding, and just a lot of different great things that get us out of the classroom and actually do like pH testing on soil or water testing, and a lot of just stuff that you really wouldn't be able to do sitting in a classroom. But
Are you a future ergonomist in the making now with that pH testing of the soil?
maybe it's something that really interests me.
It
so.
is.
So what advice would you give to a young person thinking about FFA? Maybe someone's trying to recruit them and they're on the fence a little bit. What would you tell them?
There is something in FFA for everyone, whether you like looking at trees like me in forestry, or you love animals, or basically anything you can imagine. There's something you can do in the FFA, either through CDEs, SAEs, or in the classroom. So it's definitely worth giving it a look. And
So what were those letters you just said? You just read out a lot of letters, and people in our audience might not be familiar with that terminology. So
SAE stands for Supervised Agricultural Experience, which is it's required to be in our three-circle model with FFA, which it is something outside the classroom. Like for mine, I do a lawn mowing business, and it is something that helps you do more in agriculture, I guess, and more hands-on as well.
So today, of course, we're raising dollars to support programs like yours. I've got to ask, have you picked up on what the prize or one lucky donor is going to win after they make their contribution?
Is that the Zach Brown tickets?
It is the Zach Brown tickets. So Zach Brown, the Zach Brown Band, will be performing here on Friday night, and we encourage everybody to make a donation because one lucky winner will win tickets to go see him. Zach Brown.
Just might win some Zach Brown tickets.
I know Zach Brown is a proud FFA
And it can't
member.
be you and I, Val. See?
I know.
Wonk, wonk.
Yeah, right? Well, and Jack, we are so glad that you are with us today. We thank you for your leadership to the members of Region 5. And again, that shout out to your teacher, because teachers are at the heart of everything we do. So thank you
What's your teacher's name again?
It's Lisa Oren.
Lisa Oren. Where's your school?
Redwood Valley.
Redwood Valley.
Based in Redwood Falls.
In Redwood Falls. I know a dear farmer friend, Bruce Tiffany. Do you know Bruce Tiffany in
Yeah,
Redwood
I'm
Falls?
good friends with Bruce.
Yeah,
He's awesome.
Tiffany Farm. See, so again, speaking to the community aspect of FFA.
Right. Thank you so much, Jack. We appreciate you stepping up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we wanted to make sure that we gave good shout outs to our sponsors today. I'll cover the purple and blue. And
Okay.
then you can maybe talk about that match. So, this is being made possible today because businesses and organizations have invested in the FFA, specifically wanting to let us have this opportunity as far as the telethon to encourage more donors. So, we want to give a shout out to our purple ribbon sponsors, which include AT&T and Cargill. Our blue ribbon sponsors, Ag Country Farm Credit Services, Land O'Lakes, and Southern Agriculture Center for Excellence. What about that matching program?
Oh my goodness, we have a matching program for $6,000, and several organizations have contributed to that fund. CoBank, Minnesota Farmers Union, ProSice Solutions, AURI, Minnesota Agri-Growth Council, and then the Minnesota FFA Foundation Board. And again, if you want to give, you can give online or you can text MNFFA to 71777. Val, you know, we are up here on the stage and we're doing it, but we have so many volunteers and staff helping us today. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone helping us with this telethon. I know some of them are even your own family members, and give them a round of applause. So our live audience, if you would help me thanking our volunteers today, we really appreciate it. Thank you.
This is a really big year and a big time for FFA here at the State Fair. So yes, I'm glad we acknowledge the people who have made this happen. Next weekend is also a very big weekend for FFA here at the State Fair. It is the 75th annual FFA shows here at the Minnesota State Fair.
So make sure you come back. If you're here with us today, make sure you come back and see the FFA shows and competitions. Or are they going to be streamed, any of them?
Some of them will be streamed,
Some
yes.
of them will be streamed. And where can people get those details, Val?
I think check it out on Minnesota FFA's website, and that will be a good source for information. I have to share a little bit of tidbits to why we were able to celebrate the 75th annual, because even in 2020, when COVID kind of put a pause on the fair, FFA members still exhibited their crops that
I remember
year.
that, because I remember that was the first year that we had the telethon, and one of the students bought their project. Was it a goat or was it a cow? I can't remember, but they brought it to the studio, and we had so much fun.
It was a goat.
It was a goat.
Max Johnson from the Randolph FFA chapter shared his project with us, so certainly a neat opportunity for us.
Yeah, so I think we're getting the signal that we're going to leave soon. But any audience members, if you have a connection to FFA, can you scream out FFA? Oh, wow, thank you.
We're getting ready to travel, continue our travels around the state to Region 6, so this would be on the southwestern part of the state.
So what are those cities, Val?
Oh, well, the southwestern. Now you put me on the spot, Jasmine. I got to think about this for a second.
Okay.
But we certainly want to acknowledge that we've got great programs across the state, and all of them reflect the teachers' abilities and skills, as well as the communities in which they serve. So in this next video segment, we're going to learn from our teachers, our members, and supporters. These programs are community-based, and they really help us celebrate agriculture at that local level. So I'm excited to see what Region 6 has to offer.
And we'll come back and let you know what cities are in Region 6. See you soon.
Hi everybody, my name is Madison Johnson. I am your Region 6 president. I am so excited for you guys to learn a little bit more about some of our outstanding members and a little bit more about what agriculture looks like in Region 6.
My favorite thing about FFA is meeting all the new people and our FFA advisor. So my SAE is I raise a special breed of hogs called Magnolista pigs. I sell it in a restaurant in the cities, and I have around 150 to 200 pigs.
My favorite thing about FFA is meeting new people, like at state convention, and I'm especially looking forward to going to national convention and meeting new people there and the experience. FFA has impacted me by helping me grow friendships and giving me a better understanding on why agriculture is so important in my community.
Coming from an agricultural background where I grew up on a family farm of dairy cattle and corn and soybeans, I really had a strong passion for agriculture. And that passion only grew more as I joined FFA in 9th grade. And so my high school ag teacher continued to push me out of my comfort zone and try many more new things. And from that passion and excitement in 9th through 12th grade, that made me really realize that I wanted to be an ag teacher. And so by being an ag teacher, I'm really excited about seeing the students get excited about the same stuff that I used to get excited about, or being able for them achieving their goals that they set as an FFA member. One of my most favorite parts about being an FFA advisor is that the students that get their very first FFA jacket with their name on it. It's a part of ownership and a part of excitement that it's so exciting to see them zip up for the first time. It gets them encouraged to try new things, and they get excited about wearing their jacket to different places. And a lot of students aren't able to financially afford their own jacket, so the foundation has a scholarship program called Blue Jackets, and they're able to, some of my students are able to receive jacket scholarships throughout the year. And so this last year
quite a few students apply and 6 students receive that scholarship. And so they're just very thankful for being able to have a jacket of their own with their name on it, that they can create many memories and have many successes in their own jacket.
I'm really excited to talk about FFA and why it's important to me. Since joining the agricultural community, I had the opportunity to grow up in ag. And when I went off to college, I went to school not thinking of coming back into agriculture, and had an opportunity to get back into agriculture, and have really enjoyed the opportunity to partner with the FFA to help educate students on the opportunities that there are in ag, from technology and science and the application of those within the agricultural community, and how much opportunity there is, even if you're not going to be a farmer, to be a part of the ag industry. So with Ralco, we're really excited to partner with FFA, because we love to promote to the young people the opportunities that there are within the agricultural community. So in order to feed the world in the future, we're going to need the best and the brightest students that we can find to stay in the agricultural community to help push technologies and help us to create a safe, abundant global food supply. The world's counting on us, so we need all our young people. So thanks FFA for getting the kids the head start they need to help us feed the world.
So basically what I do is I do lots of processing for my job, which is at B&M in Leota, Minnesota. I do processing and vacuum packing and sealing and lots of other various things. I do sanitizing of equipment, I do sales and communications, just like various other things you would expect in a meat locker. Through my SAE, I really have just grown as an individual. I've been doing my proficiency since I was a freshman in high school, and now I'm going to be a senior, and I really, throughout the years, have just seen my growth overall. So starting out doing a proficiency, you will have to do an application. And through the application, you will be asked different questions, and I highly suggest taking your time doing it. Don't rush through it, because you want your answers to be meaningful and intentional.
FFA has had a big impact on my life ever since I was a freshman in high school. Taught me a lot about personal growth and personal development, working as a team, developing different initiatives throughout the organization, and really helped me grow and be prepared for the world of business after school. One of the most exciting things, or one of my favorite things of being a part of the FFA program, probably ranged from just being involved in the local chapter, the sense of community, the sense of team, working on something that was much larger than yourself. But also, as I advanced in my FFA career through regional and state offices, also had a big impact on the same sort of thing, but on a much larger level, and then enabling others to have the same sort of experiences in the FFA program. I think it's important to support this program, because the money's going to be well used to purchase FFA jackets so that they're available in the classroom for students that don't have them when they go to FFA events. One of the neatest things is when you go to a big convention or event is the sea of blue corduroy. And when you don't have a jacket, you just don't feel part of the organization. And so not everybody has that opportunity to purchase a jacket. And so this program enables that, allows them to become immersed in the program, be something larger than themselves, be a part of the team, and have that FFA experience just like everybody else.
The things I do in the FFA chapter, I was the Tracy FFA ambassador last year, so I got to go up to state convention last year and be an ambassador up there. My favorite thing about FFA would probably be the experiences and all the friends I get to meet from all different states and all different chapters, and then all the younger kids coming up to see our...
Can you tell me a little bit about your SAE?
My SAE is a diversified crop placement. I do it on my family farm. We have 4,300 acres around Tracy, Minnesota, and I do from the repairs are there, or the custom spraying, and just kind of the harvest, planting, spraying, all that other stuff. So.
And I'm a volunteer CDE coach for the meats evaluation and technology team.
I was an FFA member 40 years ago in western South Dakota. Things have changed since I was an FFA member. I found that the CDE is much more applied now than it was when I was an FFA. I did participate in meets, dairy cattle judging, dairy cattle showmanship, range management judging, and beef cattle judging. I have my state farmer degree in dairy production. My job as a CDE coach is to find and prepare materials for the CDE, schedule the practices, present the materials, or assist the students in studying the materials themselves, and then do some evaluations and get the team ready for the contests. Personally, it has been extremely rewarding. The best part is getting to know a group of 5 young people who are extremely motivated, involved in a lot of things, and just good people. I get an insight into high schoolers these days, and there's been lots and lots of laughs, and I have felt like it's kind of kept me young. I hope that the students realize that you can walk into something that you're totally unfamiliar with, and with the right attitude and effort, you can learn it and you can excel at it and do really well.
In what ways are you still involved with FFA today?
I have some involvement with local FFA alumni chapters, and as a small business owner, we always make sure to support local FFA chapters financially, promotionally, however we can.
Why do you think kids should be involved in FFA?
Well, I'm convinced that the FFA is the finest organization in terms of developing youth leadership and getting young people ready for career success. I saw this or heard this from my father when he was in FFA. I saw it myself when I was in FFA, and now I'm seeing it as my children get involved in FFA.
I'm involved in the Fort Hope CDE. My favorite FFA activity is state convention because I get to meet new people in my state and I get to learn about other FFA activities I can be involved in. This year I competed in the Agri Science Fair and I placed first at Regents and third at state. I tested 2 sources of fish meal for their nutritional value and bacteria levels.
FFA taught me how to be a well-rounded professional student in this growing economy. Growing up in FFA, you learn how to do things such as dress in official dress and present yourself well in front of millions of people, occasionally. And by doing events like this, you slowly stop worrying about your presentation and you just grow as a presenter and your skill set. And how I did that for myself personally is I joined an LDE, or a leadership development event, where I tried out for entrepreneurship skills. So things like writing a cover letter, doing an interview, writing up a resume, things like that I'm going to have to use in the long term when I want to get a new job. Overall, how I would describe my FFA experience is one that has truly brought me to be a well-rounded, better person. I mean, just growing up with that background of FFA, I can see how I have a deeper understanding and just love for agriculture as it is and education as a whole.
I got my first FFA jacket through Blue Jackets Bright Futures when I started FFA my freshman year. I wore that jacket to my first contest, my first meeting, and my first convention. I was wearing it when my conduct of chapter meetings team found out that we were going to state. I was wearing it when I was elected to my first chapter office and when I was elected Region 6 Sentinel. My first jacket holds a million memories that I am reminded of every time I zip it up. I'm reminded of how far I have come since I first unfolded it. I'm reminded of the people I've met and the challenges I've faced. And every time I wear my jacket, I look forward to the future and everything that lays ahead for me. I think Blue Jackets Bright Futures is a great opportunity, and I will be forever thankful that I was able to get a jacket through this organization. FFA has been one of the best experiences of my life. and it is my hope that Blue Jackets Bright Futures will continue shaping other people's experiences through this amazing opportunity for years to come. And I'd like to say thank you to everyone who has donated and allowed FFA members to receive a jacket and make memories that will last a lifetime. Well guys, that's what we have for you. Thank you for taking your time to learn a little bit more about what Region 6 is all about. And thank you for supporting Region 6.
Well, wow, that was fun learning about Region 6, wouldn't you agree? Thank you so much for joining us here at the Great Minnesota Get Together for the FFA Great Minnesota Give Together. My name is Jasmine Brett Stringer. I'm a proud member of the Minnesota FFA Foundation Board, and I am excited to be chatting with Noah Erickson. If you've been joining us online the whole telethon, you may remember that his fun fact is that he's into
Case Tractors and Farmall and International and anything red.
So that's red. So people not familiar, that's red. You know, in the farming community, agriculture, you're either green or you're red, and he's into the red tractors. So Noah, tell us a little bit about yourself and your position. I love that his state office is the state sentinel, because that's like the hospitality person. I said, you're speaking my language, but tell us a little bit about yourself, Noah.
Yeah, so I'm Noah Erickson. I'm originally from Morris, Minnesota, which is in west central Minnesota. It's in Region 3 of the 8 regions that are Minnesota FFA. And I grew up around my family's farm. We had crop farms, so we raised corn and soybeans, and that's how I first got involved with FFA. And as a state sentinel, I'm the welcoming person. I'm like the opening ceremony states that I'm by the door, and so I'm there to welcome new people and get to know people, which I really enjoy because I really enjoy getting to know new people and making new friends.
It's the best position, right?
Yes, it is.
If I would have been an FFA, I would have been a state sentinel officer. I'm just saying.
Yes.
So I understand that you are headed to the University of Minnesota, what, in a couple weeks, or have you already moved in?
I am heading there. I move in tomorrow, actually.
Tomorrow, and look at that. Your commitment to FFA shows that this is your last night, and you are here with us today. So thank you so much, Noah. That really means a lot. But will you share why you have been so involved in FFA throughout your education career?
Yeah, so getting involved in FFA, it really just was the place where I felt like I belonged. I remember my first statewide FFA experience, or I guess, so I went to state convention, and then that next summer I went to SGLC, which is State Green Hand Leadership Conference. And there I really walked in there, I remember just being like scared, like I was not gonna meet anybody this whole week, it was gonna be terrible, I was just gonna sit by myself for 5 days, right? And then
look at you now.
Yeah, and then I walked in there and I really broke out of my out of my shell and like pushed myself past my comfort zone and really grew as a person, and FFA enabled me to do that in just a couple of days. So I thought, what else can it do for me?
If it can do that in just a couple of days, imagine, and how many years have you been involved in FFA now?
So I've been involved in FFA since 7th grade, so 7th, 8th, 9th, 5 years, 6 years.
And then you can continue through your sophomore year?
I believe so.
Yeah. Are you going to stay? Are you committed?
Yeah, I'll stay in FFA, and I'm planning on applying for my American degree next year. So.
Oh, wow. So you already have, we were talking about the chain in the last segment, so you already have one medallion.
Yep, this is my state degree.
And so you're going to get your American degree. And who's your ag teacher back in Morris?
So back home, my ag teachers are Mrs. Saha, Mrs. Treves, and then when I first started...
Thank you, ag teachers.
Yes, thank you. And then when I first started my FFA career, it was Mr. Milbrandt.
Mr. Mulberry. Okay, what's one thing you're looking forward to at the University of Minnesota? What are you going to be majoring in?
I'm going to be majoring in ag education right now. I'm kind of between ag education and ag business, so we'll see what happens.
Do you want to be an ag teacher?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Noah. Well, we're going to toss it over to Val, but look at this. Again, when you support FFA, you are supporting students, teachers, and community. And you can give by texting MNFFA to 71777. Take it away, Val.
Thank you
got a special guest.
so much. I do. So FFA programs don't happen without people organizing them, coordinating them, and ensuring that students have opportunities. And with me today is Lavin Rada. Lavin was a high school agriculture teacher for a number of years and has been state FFA staff for a few. I don't recall how many.
About 8.
Wonderful. And so can you share a little bit about what's happening with our programs right now? We've referenced growth, but tell us more detail. What does that growth really look like?
Yeah, so in the 8 years that I've been state staff, we started with about 180 chapters. In 2014 when I started, and this year we will cross over 210, possibly 220. And in that time, this year alone, we have 62 brand new agriculture teachers entering classrooms in the next 2 weeks. 62, so that's a lot. And they're in 10 new schools that they weren't in last year, and that's just this year. So we've added almost 40 programs in the last 10 years.
In addition to being support staff to FFA, you support teachers. I know this is near and dear to your heart. You are the director or coordinator for the Teacher Induction Program, or TIP as we call it. How do people support new teachers?
Absolutely. So we have a couple of different paths that you can go through to become an agriculture teacher. The most traditional path is to go to a 4-year college. We're lucky enough to have 3 universities in Minnesota that you can get an agriculture education degree. However, if you have industry experience working in agriculture field, there are additional ways that you can go through licensure programs to put that work experience into the classroom. And our mentorship program is really intended to focus on both those who have gone through a 4-year degree, but also those who are coming to industry and want to support the students in their local communities by providing them agriculture, food, and natural resource education.
What is one of the things that the newest teachers into the profession, what do they notice? What's kind of that shell shock that happens when they're suddenly staring at 20-some students in their classroom and they're in charge?
The paperwork. We talk to teachers all the time, and their student teaching experiences, like they really get re-enjuved by working with those students and pouring into them, but the paperwork that goes into education is definitely something they comment and are surprised by.
You know, having been a teacher for 7 years prior to serving in this role, I have so much respect for what teachers do, and I know you do too as well, having been there. But really knowing that these individuals in some cases become a third parent. We've heard from people today that have said about, you know, my teacher nudged me in that direction. It's important. Of course, they're the documentarian when it comes to all that paperwork, but at the heart, they're good people, and I'm sure you see that each and every day when working with the teachers.
Absolutely. We have over 200 teachers in Minnesota schools right now, and over 200 school districts across the state of Minnesota. And these are the people that are helping students prepare for their futures and really helping them explore careers that they might not have even known existed when they were a 9th grader. I know I didn't until I walked into my first agriculture classroom.
You so nicely referenced that if you are kind of a traditional student, you'd go to one of the universities that prepares us for ag education. We have 3 programs in Minnesota that are there ready to serve those individuals. Can you share who they are?
Yes, so we have the University of Minnesota Twin Cities, the University of Minnesota Crookston, and Southwest State University in Marshall.
So whether it's, you know, you want to come to the Twin Cities and experience a very close-knit campus in the middle of a city, or if you want to go up to Crookston or out to Marshall, we're here to serve you. And by the way, although we want everybody to be educated in Minnesota because that helps with their licensure, we do welcome people that have gotten their education outside of the state, don't we?
Absolutely. I'm a South Dakota girl, so I went to South Dakota State. So regardless of whether you go through a 4-year program in or out of state, or you're coming directly from industry, we have a program to support you and keep you in your community.
Well, Lavin, on behalf of the Minnesota FFA Foundation, we're appreciative of all that you do. Our role is to support your work, so we appreciate your leadership in that, and thank you for sharing a little bit about what's happening in our state.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Jasmine.
Well, you know what, Val? This is the Great Minnesota Give Together, and we haven't even talked about how much money we've raised so far because of viewers and our audience members. You want to give a total?
Are you ready? Or?
I'm ready. Now, this
Go
is
for
a
it.
few minutes old, so I don't know if you recently gave. It might be a little refreshed. But right now, we are at $18,098.49. We're about halfway to our goal. If you would like to give, you can give online and we have 2 more people coming, but I want to make sure people know how they can give online.
Look at
look at that. We got a new number. This is what we're saying. Look, 3,000. I said I was a couple seconds behind, so we're at $21,060.43. So thank you to everyone that has given, and thank you to our sponsors, our Purple Ribbon sponsors, AT&T and Cargill, our Blue Ribbon sponsors, Ag Country Farm Credit Services, Land O'Lakes, and Southern Agriculture Center of Excellence. And again, you can give by texting MNFFA to 71777. And when you do that, you're supporting agriculture by supporting students, teachers, and community.
Jasmine, before we turn it over for another student interview, Jasmine, is any gift too small?
No gift is too small, Val.
Is any gift too big?
No gift is too big, Val.
Well, let's see if we can meet that extreme, right? We take a gift, and again...
And you can give in the middle. You can give $5. You can give $5,000. Shoot, we'd even take $100,000. We take $20, $100, whatever you want to give.
If you want to do something that feels right and you're investing in students, this is the place to do it. Well, we have some more people we want you to meet. Joe Ramstead is one of our teachers, and we're so proud of him. So, Joe, will you come on out? You've got an interview to do.
Absolutely.
And Joe, I'm just going to comment. I've enjoyed seeing these little baby sheep. I think I might need to go to the doctor and get a prescription for an emotional support baby lamb. Is there such a thing? Because I think I need one.
We all need one.
An emotional support baby lamb. Okay.
Cool. So, can you introduce yourself, your name and chapter?
Yeah. I'm Jaden Carey from Bram FFA chapter.
Awesome, Jaden. So, we know that you are involved in FFA and you're an agriculture education student. So, can you share a little bit about how you got involved in FFA?
So, I got involved in FFA by my advisor in about 9th grade telling me to go to a poultry judging contest. And I was like, it's just a poultry contest, right? Well, that opened a door to many other opportunities that I've gotten as Apex and horse judging competitions and meat evaluation stuff.
Cool. So, out of all of those different opportunities that you've done in FFA, which one would you say has been your favorite and why?
Well, I got to testify in the Minnesota House and Senate as an FFA person, so that would definitely be my favorite because I got a bunch of opportunities and I got to learn a lot of stuff and meet a ton of people.
Awesome. And was that through the Ag Policy experience? So can you talk a little bit about some of the things that you did there in addition to testifying?
Yeah. So Ag Policy experience is learning how to deal with the government process and how to see how bills get turned into bills and how they're set up and started and the whole process down the line of how it works and how it's put into process.
So you got lots of new cool skills through doing that, right? It's like communication, teamwork, for sure. So looking at your whole FFA experience, because you're going to be a senior this year, right? Yep. So what are some of the things that you've gained in FFA that you can use in your future, whatever that may be?
Communication with people is definitely the biggest one, and learning how to deal with uncomfortable situations anywhere that you are.
That's pretty applicable to this week, what you're doing here, right? So why are you holding a lamb?
So I'm working in the CHS Miracle of Birth Center this week, and we're dealing with teaching people about how babies are born, where they're from, and how they're raised and grown.
So where can people find the CHS Miracle of Birth Center?
By the Coliseum, by the entrance gates.
And how long are you here?
I'm here till September 5th.
The whole time. Good deal. So within your FFA chapter, so you're from Bram, what is the most thing that you're most proud of your chapter doing over the last several years?
Over the last several years, I think we've grown not as a group, but as individuals and pushed each other further and more forward.
Awesome. So what are some of the things that you do at your chapter to stay engaged and have fun with one another?
We try and get together as much as we can. We always go to multiple competitions together because we have a small group. So we're always doing something that the other people want to do.
So what impact has FFA had on you as a person, do you think? If you could summarize that. I know that's a really big question.
It has made me learn personal growth, not just as a community, but by myself, that it's very important to push myself forward and others forward.
So when you're in FFA, I know you mentioned, we were talking earlier, you have this thing called the Blue Jacket. How'd you get that jacket?
I got my Blue Jacket through a Blue Jacket scholarship. I applied for it 2 years ago, and I got my jacket last year. And so it was a very big experience for me because it got me my first jacket this year.
Yeah, and my FFA experience too, I got my jacket through the Blue Jackets Bright Futures program as well, and I know that zipping up that jacket for me is what got me involved in FFA and excited about all those opportunities. So for folks at home, if you're looking to give, like has been said all day so far, like no gift is too small or too big. That money goes to helping support FFA members and their advisors and chapters. So really great opportunity for you to impact lives like Jaden and all the other FFA members that we have in Minnesota. So what are some things that you're looking forward to doing this upcoming year in FFA in your senior year?
Going to national convention for the first time, I'm really excited about, and then doing all my CDEs and LDAs throughout the year.
So what's a CDE or LDE?
CDE is a career development experience, and an LDE is a leadership development experience. One works on personal growth, and one works on your knowledge.
Cool, awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing with us today. It's been great having you here and sharing about all of your FFA opportunities and experiences.
Thank you.
Well, we want to make sure you come and visit.
Thank you so
As
much.
they said,
Thanks,
they're
Joe.
in the CHS Miracle Birth Center.
Yeah, and when you come here, because I know the CHS Miracle Birth Center is a huge place that people like to go when they come to the state fair. And now maybe you'll look and see some of our FA member volunteers wearing their t-shirts helping the veterinarians with the animals when you come.
It is the most visited attraction here. That is a free attraction. So come to the CHS Miracle Birth Center, the FFA being one of the founding partners, and we continue to have students come and help. Well, we're kind of at a point where we're going to do some transitioning.
Yeah, so we are going to say goodbye to Region 6. And again, if you want to support Region 6, you would simply text MNFFA6 to 71777. And I was asking Val about the cities of Region 6, but you know what? I decided to go do a little homework and look at the map. So Region 6 is comprised of south of the Marshall, Minnesota area, Jackson-Coon, Hills, Beaver Creek, St. James, and Sleepy Eye. And we're headed over to a place I call home some of the time when we head over to Region 7.
Yes, so a little bit about Region 7. That is the communities of New Ulm, Sibley East, Tri-City United, United South Central, Mankato, and yes, Blue Earth.
And Fairmont.
Yes, Fairmont
Blue Earth
as well.
and Fairmont.
We have a lot of great programs over there, and during this little video segment, you're going to hear from some of our FFA members and advisors. And then
you know what they say about that Martin County soil?
What do they say?
It's the best soil for growing anything in the state of Minnesota.
Well, I can't argue with that.
The best.
So please join us as we take a little look at those members and teachers in Region 7, and we'll be back with some more special guests.
We'll see you soon.
Minnesota FFA Foundation's Great Minnesota Give Together Telethon. The Telethon is an opportunity to learn how involvement with the FFA is providing opportunities for students to develop the skills needed to become leaders for agriculture and local communities. To support tremendous growth, we ask you make a donation to the Telethon. In addition to supporting FFA programs, one lucky donor will receive 2 tickets to see me and the entire Zach Brown Band when we perform at the Minnesota State Fair on Friday, September the 2nd. So join us for some fun as we perform some of our favorite tunes like Chicken Fried Toes and all your other favorites. I hope you'll support Minnesota FFA students through the Great Minnesota Give Together Telethon with your donation. Peace.
Hi, my name is Andrew Burns and I am from the GFW Pioneer Express FFA chapter. I am the current Region 7 president, and I just want to thank you all for supporting Region 7 in ag education, and I'm so excited for you to hear what all of Region 7 has to offer for FFA and ag ed, and what all of these wonderful FFA members have been doing in their FFA journeys.
And for my community in Ag, I supply eggs to the Medford area and assist as an officer in my FFA career. And for my life in day-to-day ag, I help my dad on the hobby farm, and our main focus is goats and poultry.
As a hog farmer's daughter, I get to interact with agriculture working with pigs. As an agriculture teacher, I get to learn or help people learn about how to take care of these pigs, how to feed these pigs with different plant-based diets, and then how to even sell these pigs at the best time, at the best price, in the best way.
Living in town, I thought that I would never get the agricultural experiences that I craved, but becoming an active member in my school's chapter, I realized I could not have been more wrong. FFA has provided me with so many opportunities to make valuable connections in the ag industries that I would have never been able to make on my own. Through FFA, I've been able to show at the state fair as well as work as at the Miracle Birth Center, which I'm very excited for. All these experiences have furthered my love for livestock and the ag industry and have pushed me to pursue animal science in college. I'm very grateful for this organization and will definitely miss it next year when I'm gone. With contests, I love them because I was able to dabble in a little bit of everything. When I was in 7th grade, I did ag sales, realized I did not like that. And then in 7th and 8th grade, I did farm business management, did not like that either. And now for the past 4 years, I've done animal science contests, and I found my passion for livestock and animals.
My favorite FFA memory is probably, I would say, showing my sheep at the state fair with all my friends. It's a really fun experience to go up there and take a weekend or so and show your sheep and have fun with your friends at the state fair. I actually won the I got reserve champion, the carcass lamb. I got reserve champion carcass lamb at the state fair. Probably my favorite chapter activities are the corn drive. We're very involved in the corn drive, and that's a pretty fun thing to do. I'm also involved in the trap and skeet team for our school with the FFA. I really enjoy going to that, and then the state competition with that too.
When I first joined FFA in 7th grade, I wasn't sure of what I wanted to do for my future career, but through my time in FFA, I've been able to participate in a career development event called Farm Business Management. A career development event is an event where students are able to learn skills in different areas. So some of the many career development events that are available to us would be farm business management, horticulture, ag mechanics, crops, and many more. So there are many opportunities for students through career development events. So through farm management, I've been able to learn valuable skills in accounting, money management, and I've also been able to connect with industry leaders. I am now able to look forward to my future career in agribusiness thanks to these opportunities that FFA has provided me with.
Behind me is a group of yearling ewes who today were artificially inseminated, also known as AI. For the past week, we've been preparing them with implanted hormones so that they can all go into synchronized heat and all be bred on the same day. Today we bred 79 ewes. It is important to make sure that your ewes have clean water and grain or hay every single day to get the proper nutrition that they need. It is also important to make sure that they have proper bedding so that they aren't running around on hard surfaces and they are always comfortable.
My favorite thing to do is the corn drive because I get to hang out with my friends and give back to the community.
It's difficult to answer the question, what does the day in the life of an ag teacher look like? Because every day is different, but at its core, it involves developing others through teaching about 5 classes a day is what I do. Often coaching some career development events or leadership development event teams, engaging in students in conversations about what's next for them, what does their life look like, and how can we start working today to help get them there. Other things can include working with community partners and developing those partnerships to connect our students to the real world, increasing students' hands-on and technical abilities, or simply engaging with fellow coworkers within the district and showing how our curriculum connects across the curriculum taught at our school districts. And so every day as a high school ag teacher, middle school ag teacher looks different, but each day brings me joy, brings me satisfaction, and brings me closer to my community and the young people that make it up. Being an egg teacher is simply the best, and it's this diversity in day-to-day activities that make it so. There are two main ways that I ensure I make my classroom a safe and inclusive learning environment for all students. Number one, I think it's essential for all students to see themselves in the curriculum. And so through creating culturally relevant lesson plans and implementing multicultural perspectives into my curriculum, I ensure that all my students can see themselves within the curriculum. Secondly, I believe that experiential learning through our supervised agricultural experiences is the foundation and one of the ways we can make our curriculum the most equitable. All students deserve to learn, and all students deserve a learning platform that fits them. And through our supervised agricultural education program and experiences that we offer in our classroom, we tailor it to meet the needs of all students, whether they come from a production ag facility or they grow up in downtown in our urban district. We provide opportunities for each of them to learn in ways that connect to their real world. And I believe that is what equity-based education is, and we do that through our supervised agricultural education program. The best advice I have for someone who's considering a career as an agricultural education teacher is, number one, just do it. Being an ag teacher provides so many different opportunities and ways for us to grow as individuals, but also as a way for us to grow other individuals. I've had an incredible opportunity to see hundreds of students come through my classroom and as a result become contributing members to our society. As an agricultural education, you can do that too, and that's what brings me and others so much joy. Being an ag teacher is the best career ever because every day we get to influence young people. Whether it's teaching young students how to feed, fuel, and clothe the world, or training our next generations of leaders, being an ag teacher is simply the best because every day we get to have influence over all of those areas, and working with these young people, seeing their dreams and feeling those is incredibly exciting and something that gives me life every day when I wake up and makes me excited to go to school.
I'm Claudia Grunwald, and my SAE is working on my family's dairy farm where I milk cows every morning and night. It has helped me learn how to work hard and
My name is Shelby Deeble. I work on our family's dairy farm. We have a robotic milker. It's in my twice a day, and I also feed calves. It has helped me because I raise my own show cattle and I'm at the county fairs.
What's your favorite thing to do in your SAE?
Hanging out with the cows.
Probably getting to see the cows grow up.
So I think one of the really cool things about Sibley East is we get to have students who start in 7th grade. So a lot of my students I've had from 7th grade on, so to see them grow from the 7th graders till 12th graders is really cool. And then the even better part is when we get to know them as real life adults after that, so we still get to see them excel in their careers and get to be involved in the ag industry that way. I think the really other important thing about FFA is we get kids who try a lot of different things. So they might come in thinking that they like livestock and then they end up doing floriculture or nursery landscape or just taking a completely different path. One of the really cool things about our department is that we just kind of let kids do what they're passionate about, and we'll always support them in what they want to do. So we have some kids who do flower projects, some who do bees, some who do livestock, and it's just really cool for them to find their niche and be really passionate and successful in it. One of the things that we hear a lot from employers in our area is that they love to have past FFA members working for them. Just being a part of FFA just proves to our employers that they're dedicated, they're going to show up on time, they're going to work hard, they're going to do their best to learn new skills. So one thing that we hear a lot is, if kids are constantly doing contests or learning their SAE or through different contests, is that they're really quick learners, that they're really adaptable, they're dependable, and those are all things that our employers really like to see and like to hear. All of the different career development events help our students to have a variety of different skill sets that will help them be successful, whether it be in floral design, livestock, crop, anything like that. So we really prepare them to be top-notch employees in our area. Most people, if they see FFA on a resume, they already know I don't want to say the type of kid, but the type of kid that they're getting, and they know that they're going to be a good quality employee.
And my day-to-day in ag is mechanic work. We have an ag diesel shop, and we work on semis, combines, tractors, really just about anything you can think of. This motor here, got to go back in a semi once we get it back. This one over here, we got to put injectors in it. We got another motor back in the corner, got to get put back together. This one here, this tractor, we have to do some work with the fuel pump. And then we got 2 combines in here to do some inspections on. We have 2 semis in here, one right there and one right here. The blue one, we had to do some work on the front of the motor. And then that white one over there, we had to put a new head on the engine and new camshaft. So that is just my day-to-day.
Thank you for supporting Region 7 FFA and all of our endeavors. We truly appreciate all that you do, and we cannot thank you enough again for keeping FFA and ag education in Region 7 alive.
Wow, I hope you've enjoyed that message from Region 7. It's exciting to see how students are taking what they learned in the classroom and in the FFA and applying it for their careers. Well, I'm privileged to have 2 of the state officers here on stage with me, and I would like to have Caden start. Caden Johnson, our state reporter. Caden, just a side note, you just moved in somewhere. Where'd you move in?
I just moved into my dorm at Bailey Hall at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities.
And what are you going to study there?
I am studying agricultural education.
Woo, woo. We love our teachers, so we're excited that you're going to join the profession. Caden, you've been involved with the FFA for a long time, and in fact, the foundation has impacted some of your experience. Would you share with our live audience here, as well as those joining us online, how the FFA support from people like our viewers has impacted you?
Absolutely. So the FFA Foundation and the support of everyone who supports FFA has been a crucial part of my FFA and agricultural journey. This blue jacket that I have was actually given to me by the FFA Foundation. My very first FFA jacket I got through the Blue Jackets Bright Futures Scholarship. And so I feel like just having gotten that from people who have a passion for FFA and who wanted me to also have a passion for it as well, enough to get me a jacket, really made it so much more special to me and gave me a place in this organization. And as well, this summer I got to attend the Washington Leadership Conference, and a scholarship was given to me from the Minnesota FFA Foundation. And there I had the opportunity to work with leaders in our nation's capital. I got to advocate for agriculture, as well as I got to meet students from across the nation and learn more about service and leadership.
So real quickly, you talked about service. I think one of the things that Washington Leadership Conference does is challenges you as a young person and a leader in your local community to help and identify an area you can help with. What did you identify in your community you could help with?
In my community, we've had a lot of struggles with mental health, not just this year, but every year in the past. And so this year, I really want to try to strive to work to make sure that our farmers know that they're supported, that everyone has good mental health. I'm also hoping to get, with the work of the Minnesota Farm Bureau, Safe Talk involved in my local community. Safe Talks are suicide prevention tactics. It's a training in which everyone can come for, I think it's a 4-hour training, get the skills that they need, and then support the mental health of everyone in our community.
Wonderful. So as you can see, we work hard to instill in FFA members that they have an opportunity and a responsibility to give back to their community. So Caden, thank you for that. Emma, let's talk a little bit. You know, you've grown in the FFA. Obviously, you hold a very prestigious title right now as state president. But tell us about your journey and how you've grown personally.
So when I joined FFA, I didn't really know where I fit into it and if I really even wanted to be in it. It was kind of like if you're going to be in high school, you're going to be in FFA. It was an expectation in my family. So after I did the Best Informed Green Hand contest and the Creed Speaking contest, I realized that I love the history of FFA. I love everything that's gone into it and that it's almost 100 years old and it's still thriving now more than ever. And I also loved how the Creed really spoke to what the experiences I had in agriculture, and how that really resonated with me and my family, since I'm a 6th-generation dairy farmer too.
So lots of opportunities in the FFA. Do you have a few more goals or aspirations that you think tie to FFA?
Yes, I want to get my American degree, hopefully. So I'll get that next year. And then I also am going to be an ag teacher, so I'm excited to watch other students grow through FFA.
Oh, perfect. So how about you, Caden? Any goals? You still got a few things left undone?
Absolutely. I've actually been working diligently on the AET, the Agricultural Experience Tracker, to work towards my American degree, and I am also moved into Bailey Hall to begin my ag ed journey as well.
Wow. So when I think about supporting agriculture, I've been at this for a little while. You guys are really at a neat time because FFA membership has grown. Can you reflect a little bit about that growth?
So FFA is almost at its all-time high in Minnesota. So in Minnesota, the highest is 17,000 FFA members, and we're at about 16,000. So we're growing. We've added about 20 more chapters over the past 3 years, and overall, national FFA is at its highest ever membership, period, in history. So that's amazing, and it's so great because FFA really helps students understand who they are and understand their leadership skills.
So your teachers played an important role in your life. Do you want to give them a little shout out or love?
Yeah, so my advisor is Tyson Cooley. He's been teaching for about 6 years, so he's really awesome. He made a huge impact on my life.
I actually had 2 advisors, thankfully, during my time in FFA. I had Mrs. Ruprecht and Carter Burke.
Well, I had the privilege to spend a few days this summer with these leaders at the State FFA Grain Hand Camp. And as I watched that camp unfold, I saw students kind of take that journey. And I personally look forward to the day in about 4 or 5 years when I see those individuals standing here on stage. Can you reflect, though, back when you joined FFA, could you have looked out over this audience, this crowd, and thought of yourself sharing a message?
Honestly, yes. I was a theater kid when I was much smaller in my FFA journey, so the stage is my happy place, and I've always seen how much support the state officers and potential people interested in state office had, so I think with that support, I knew that we all had a pretty great opportunity of being here.
Perfect.
I did not. So I was the middle kid. I was super shy. I hated talking to people, and I really grew in FFA, and it taught me how to talk to people. When I was a freshman, I would stick really close to my older sister's side at all the contests, and by the end of the year, I was out there making my own friends. And I remember distinctly meeting your son, Leif, at the national convention. I was fangirling. I was like, oh my gosh, that's the state president. Like, I never thought that it would be me someday.
Well, exciting. I think of what FFA does for all of us, and it's very impactful. I think we shared it a little bit. I'm going to point to behind you, Emma, if you want to bring that out again, because this is a great opportunity for us to kind of highlight something that's really going to generate a lot of support to grow the programs that Caden and Emma have talked about. So, Caden, what can you tell us about the plate? Anything in particular?
Absolutely. So this is the agricultural license plate that the FFA Foundation and 4-H has worked really hard to get into action. It's available to the public, and all of the funds that go from this plate go to support the 4-H and the FFA. So it's a really great opportunity to look pretty cool on the road while also supporting some pretty great agricultural organizations.
So there's some symbolism on there. We talked about it earlier in the telethon, but I want to give a little bit of information again. Emma, you did a great job earlier. You want to walk them through it?
So we have the 2 different skin tone hands that show that everybody can be involved in agriculture, as well as the rising sun, which is a huge symbol in Minnesota, in all of FFA. It stands for a new era in agriculture. In front of that, we have a traditional cornfield to really represent our traditional agriculture in Minnesota and how it affects the Minnesota economy. We also have a basil plant, though, that shows that everybody can be involved in agriculture. It doesn't matter if you live in the cities or in the country, or if you are able to do traditional agriculture. And that supports our Supporting Agriculture for All initiative, too.
So, is this license plate available, and how do I get it?
The license plate is available, and it's at every single DMV in Minnesota.
So we're encouraging all of our audience here as well as online to make that purchase, support FFA. We are in partnership with 4-H, and so those dollars that come in go to both organizations equally. So if you're interested, it's about $15 for the plate as well as a $20 contribution that first year, so $35 the first year, and then $20 every year after, and those dollars continue to be split. Valuable work being done. I every day look at what's happening in the FFA, and I feel proud and energized that youth understand the role that they play to be leaders for agriculture as well as local communities. So grateful for you both and for the involvement that you have had. If you gave one piece of advice to a young person coming into the FFA, what would it be?
You have the power to do anything that you set your mind to, so it doesn't matter if you're a freshman or if you're a senior, you can make an impact in your community and in your state.
I would say that FFA is such a diverse and amazing organization that there is no shortage of opportunities for you. So if you feel like FFA might be the place for you, go ahead and check it out because there's something in it for everyone.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. We're going to turn it back over to Jasmine, and I know she's got Amanda with her.
Now, I think we met at the state convention this year, too. So, Amanda, we're back together again.
Jasmine.
I wish we could do a little singing song.
Yeah,
We need a little dance that we could do about the FFA Minnesota. But you are really going to talk about something really important, and that is our scholarships. I know that we have like 3 major buckets of scholarships, and one was just mentioned as an opportunity for a FA officer to go to a leadership camp in Washington, D.C. this summer. So.
Yeah, the Minnesota FFA Foundation is proud to offer several different types of scholarships. The James Tracy Scholarship Program is one of our main scholarships that we offer, and that is all thanks to a Denison area farmer, Mr. James Tracy, who donated his estate to the Minnesota FFA Foundation. Because of that, we're able to award many scholarships every year because of the interest of his estate gift alone. And what an impact that would make.
A huge
right?
impact,
A
right?
huge impact.
And it's a way, that he added to his legacy. I mean, he had a great legacy for his deeds and his service during his life, but by donating his estate, he keeps on adding to the lives of these young FFAers.
He was able, he encouraged his estate to be donated to seniors or college students that are pursuing a degree in agriculture.
Right.
So agriculture is very wide, as we know, and we've learned tonight. So our students
And
are
extremely
able to
important to our state,
Correct.
and not just our
Correct.
state, but beyond the world. One of the things at the farm is to thank a farmer.
That's correct. We couldn't function or live every day without agriculture, correct?
We could not.
So
What would we
we
eat?
do?
What would we eat?
What would we wear?
I don't know. What would we drive?
Right? We'd be lost, right?
would
And
be
so it's
lost.
very important for us to promote and encourage our students to go to college to study agriculture. So thank you to Mr. James Tracy. That's a huge impact on the Minnesota FFA Foundation and students across Minnesota.
Now, have we had any other people donate portions of their estate? Or do we have a program for anybody that might be watching us or sitting here in the audience that's like, oh, that's a good idea. I might not want to give all of my estate, but I'd give a portion of my estate to the FFA Minnesota Foundation Board to further support agriculture and leadership in students and in teachers?
Absolutely. The possibilities are endless, really. We have had people not nearly as big as Mr. James Tracy's, the impact that his huge estate has made on the foundation. But you can donate gifts of grain. Our farmers listening can go to the local co-ops and they can donate gifts of grain. They can donate a life insurance gift. We've had several people that do that. We've also had a lot of people that have committed to donating portions of their estate or their life insurance in the future. So we are very thankful. But you can learn more on our website. Go to minnesotaFFAfoundation.org. We have a planned giving piece on our website where you can learn more.
And I'm sure
about
they could
it.
always email or call you too if they wanted more
Absolutely.
information.
We'd be happy
and so
to help.
We have the James Tracy scholarships. We talked a lot about the Blue Jacket scholarship programs, and we know
did.
how important those Blue Jackets are to our students.
Yes, so we'll reiterate, for $90, you can donate a blue jacket to the Blue Jackets Bright Futures program for students across Minnesota. Almost 5,000 jackets in the course of that program have we donated to Minnesota FFA
And the
members.
need is there. We had over 1,000 students apply last year, and we were able to gift through that scholarship fund a little over 400.
Correct. So there's plenty of room to grow. $90.
$90, and you can do that by texting MNFFA to 71777, or you could give online.
Yeah. We also have other scholarship opportunities. Kaden and Emma were just able to talk about the Washington Leadership Scholarship that we also support. So we have various opportunities to support FFA members going to camps and conferences as well.
And those camps and conferences really add to our students' career and their interest and their support in FFA. We see how valuable those experiences are. We've talked a lot about the experiential value that FFA provides students.
Right, correct. They wouldn't have the opportunities they do within FFA if our generous donors like you wouldn't support that program.
Yeah,
So
I
we are
loved
very
Eric
thankful.
talking about, I can't remember the name of the conference that he went to, but he was really nervous and apprehensive. And he said within a few hours he was out of his comfort zone and he was engaged. And he's like, if FFA did this for me in 2 hours, what is it going to do for me in several years of involvement?
That's correct. We hear that a lot, right? Students that are applying for jobs or former members, that FFA members are so much more comfortable because of those experiences on stage or in interviews.
Life skills and transferable skills, that's what you get from your involvement in FFA. You know, earlier we had a woman donate, Amy Smith, from Region 4, and I just want to make sure I acknowledge her comment. Amy Smith, thank you so much for your comment and your gift, and thank you for being a supporter and involved in ag education in our state.
Back on stage here to share a few things. I know in just a moment we're going to get an update on our
Okay.
fundraising. And again, we're asking you to give. That's what this is about today, to tell the story, the impact that these students are having on their lives, but through the help of teachers and others. And those others are because we, as individuals and companies and businesses, invest in them. So
What do we have? Our 3 pillars of FFA that Dr. Sheehan provided. We have our students, we have our teachers, and we have our community. And you make up the community that supports FFA, and we can't do this work without you.
So as we get ready, I know that they're going to update that board here in just a second. We're going to see, we have seen some growth in the donations, and it's helping us get closer to our goal. And so as of right now, we're at $28,488.
Woo-hoo, thank you.
Every dollar makes a
Every
difference.
dollar counts because, right, Val, no gift is too
Big
No.
or too small.
Too small, right?
Or
too big.
We'll take them all.
We'll take them all. Too small or too big, and we'll take anything in between.
Right. Well, Amanda, thank you so much.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you for all that you do as our
You're
program
welcome.
coordinator.
Thank you.
I certainly want to echo what Amanda has already shared. And scholarships are a significant way to make an impact in getting opportunities for our students to prepare for those careers. So if you're thinking about how could I leave a legacy, you might be in a position to make a gift and help get that scholarship fund to grow beyond its already significant size.
Right, and what a way to be of service to someone out of your immediate reach. I mean, even just donating the $90 for a jacket, and you see how much pride our students and members have when they wear that jacket and the memories that the jackets hold. Again, what a way to expand your legacy.
Well, it's hard to imagine it, but we're going to kind of close up the Region 7 right now and get ready to go transition.
Uh-oh, we're leaving my other home.
Yep, but we love it. So you'll have to be back next year to talk about
Region
the
7's the best region.
Well, it's interesting to think about how all of them are serving our students. But as we get ready to transition, just a big reminder, we have had donors come through, and there's still time. We have the Zach Brown Band concert tickets as a thank you to one donor, as well as a beautiful FFA barn quilt made by FFA advisor Patrick Fearson. So we're going to move on to Region 8.
I know, and we have some amazing sponsors, but I just want to make sure that we acknowledge the Matching Funds Challenge from CoBank, Minnesota Farmers Union, ProSci Solutions, AURI, Minnesota Agri-Growth Council, and the Minnesota FFA Foundation board. I know that we had some foundation board members recently give some gifts, and I want to say thank you so much to my fellow board members for donating today.
Thank you so much. So there's still time to give, but now it's time to travel through Region 8, the southeastern part of the state. We've got programs from Farmington, Randolph, Red Wing, down through Plainview, all the way down to the tip of the state. So we want you to pay attention and learn about Region 8.
And we'll see you soon.
Hey, this is Coy Bowles from the Zach Brown Band. I hope you will join me and others in supporting Minnesota FFA Foundation's Great Minnesota Give Together Telethon. The Telethon is an opportunity to learn how involvement with the FFA is providing opportunities for students to develop the skills needed to become leaders for agriculture and local communities. To support tremendous growth, we ask you make a donation to the Telethon. In addition to supporting FFA programs, one lucky donor will receive 2 tickets to see me and the entire Zach Brown Band when we perform at the Minnesota State Fair on Friday, September the 2nd. So join us for some fun as we perform some of our favorite tunes like Chicken Fried Toes and all your other favorites. I hope you'll support Minnesota FFA students through the Great Minnesota Give Together Telethon with your donation. Peace.
Hello, Minnesota FFA members, alumni, and supporters. My name is Caitlin Meyergerd, and I am proud to be serving as your Region 8 president this year. Region 8 is well known for our conferences and camps that we have throughout the year, but those are not possible without the support of you and specifically our sponsors. Tonight, Region 8 will be highlighting our members and advisors, and they will be talking about their SAEs and their favorite parts of camps and just the things they love about this organization in general or people they are appreciative for. We are excited to have you all along with us, and so you can see a little bit of what happens inside Region 8 when you're supporting us. Whether your support looks like being a parent, giving us your time, or being a sponsor, everything that Region 8 has and that Minnesota FFA has is possible thanks to you. We are excited for you to see what we have in store for you tonight, and we thank you for your continued support.
For me, FFA means opportunity and connection. Through FFA, I've been able to do so many things that I otherwise never would have even tried, like creek speaking, floriculture, and poultry evaluation, to name a few. I've been able to strengthen and grow my leadership skills, and I've met some amazing people. Some highlights for me have been my SAE, which is working at a local restaurant in Winnemingo, and competing at state in poultry evaluation. A piece of advice I was given my freshman year was to try everything. Try all the CDEs and LDEs you can, go to the conferences and camps, and find out what you love to do. FFA is what you make it, and it can be an amazing experience if you let it. And I'm excited to see what this year holds for Region 8.
We support FFA because we believe strongly in the FFA mission, the motto, the vision, everything FFA encompasses. We like what they're doing for our children, how they help our children grow into intelligent, well-rounded adults. And we feel from a business aspect that with the support of other local businesses and the community, the FFA can only be stronger and better, provide more, and achieve more. And so that is why Threads Custom Apparel in Chatfield, Minnesota supports FFA.
Some of the things I love about FFA are those people we get to meet and the friendships we build through the organization. I also love the opportunities that I have through FFA just to kind of better myself and others through our different community service projects, and even like the CDEs and LDEs, where I just really get to build some of my own personal like leadership skills and career skills. I also love how FFA kind of continuously pushes me outside of my comfort zone, which really helps me to grow and just kind of be like my better self. Overall, FFA has been an amazing influence on my life, and I know that it's really going to help me in the future.
My involvement in FFA began at a young age when I joined because my aunt had previously been in FFA as well as other family members. I joined primarily to be on the general livestock judging team, but my involvement quickly grew when I got my new advisor. He showed me the passion that people have for FFA. I was able to attend the National FFA Convention in the fall of 2020, where I was able to see the extreme passion that so many individuals have for FFA and what truly a great organization it is. FFA spans from state to state, and it touches so many people's lives and gives them the opportunities that they don't get from other organizations. That's why I love it. That's the passion that I was able to see at the National FFA Convention and what I want to be able to convey in my leadership in the organization. I hope that through my leadership in not only Region 8 FFA, but other organizations as well, that I'm able to touch individuals' lives and show them the passion and what truly a great organization FFA is. FFA has taught me so many great skills that I'm able to use day to day in my life, such as interview skills and how to advocate for things that I'm passionate for, such as agriculture. Agriculture is a part of our day-to-day lives, everybody's day-to-day lives. It touches us all, and that's why I'm incredibly passionate for it. I think everybody needs to know how truly important our farmers and producers are, because they truly keep us going. That's why I love FFA.
In Region 8 FFA, there was always vast opportunities for me to grow as a person and as a leader, allowing me to network with fellow members, making friendships that'll last a lifetime. Being in FFA has helped me build up my confidence and become a good leader and a role model for my FFA students. My advice for future members or aspiring members is take every opportunity you can. If it's something you're not interested, do it, you'll learn it, you'll love it. What makes Region 8 great is we have such a wide range of agriculture and a vast different types of commodities that are growing in this region, and that's what makes us the best region.
My involvement in FFA includes general livestock judging, my SAE in swine production, and many other activities. One of my favorite FFA experiences has been going out to Washington this summer for WLC. WLC has let me experience the opportunity of leadership and developing in the development of our country.
I was able to attend the national convention a few years ago, where I was able to attend lots of seminars and different learning opportunities that I was able to bring back to Southland FFA, and it was a very good experience, and it is very knowledgeable for the members of FFA, and I was able to meet a lot of different people and learn. I feel like FFA is a good thing for youth to be involved in because it teaches you many valuable life lessons. For me, FFA has helped me come out of my shell and realize that I have a passion for communications and public speaking, and I would not have known that if I wasn't involved in FFA. I also am able to speak about things that I love, such as agriculture and the importance of portraying a positive message through agriculture.
I service 25 residential properties and 5 commercial properties. Mowing, other projects have included the design and installation of this putting green and the planting of these plants, moving plants from one property to another. The skills I've gained from my SAE have shaped the person I am, personally and professionally. I'm truly grateful for the opportunities that FFA has given me, from receiving my blue jacket in 8th grade to Blue Jacket Bright Futures to attending Washington Leadership Camp this past summer. These opportunities were made possible through the support of Minnesota FFA and Region 8.
I've been a supporter of FFA for over 35 years now. I was hooked from the first time I went to my first meeting in 8th grade and joined in 9th grade with the Stortville FFA chapter. Throughout my high school career, I was active in different CDEs and SAEs that shaped me into where I am today. I learned how to public speak, I learned how to do a job interview, and I learned to be a good person as far as I'm concerned. The FFA motto of learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve goes back to how I started my career and how I feel and try to move forward every day doing that motto. The FFA has been a great educator for multiple generations of my family, starting with my father, myself, and now my 2 kids, one who's in college and one who's a senior this year. Both have been active, and I've seen the growth that they've had in the different competitions and different CDEs, socialization, public speaking, being able to firmly talk to somebody and carry on a conversation with an adult, which is a big thing. I'm excited for the future of FFA. I'm excited as I went to National Convention a few years ago and saw all the excitement of all the Blue Jackets. It's a great organization, and I hope you support it and follow through with your support, not only financially, but emotionally and structurally with your local chapters, yourself, and as you move forward in life.
In FFA, I'm involved in many CDEs, such as the horse, dairy, and poultry evaluation, and the milk quality contest. My SAE is dairy production placement. I work on a dairy calf farm where we feed around 300 calves. Some of my responsibilities are taking care of the sick calves, making sure all the calves get their milk, helping cut and dehorn, and doing lots of bedding. Working on the farm has taught me many vital skills that I can use for my CDEs as well as real life. My favorite experience was attending the National FFA Convention, where I and my chapter got to see so many individuals and see all their passion for FFA.
Now, while I was in FFA, I was part of many different experiences within it, such as being an officer in many different positions, such as Sentinel, Secretary, and President within my chapter. Now, for CDEs and LDEs, I was part of many different ones, such as meat evaluation, FBM, and then further into LDEs with creed speaking and employment skills, with enough success in employment skills to actually compete at the national level. Now, taking these skills and looking forward to my future, I find every single one of them highly applicable. With the leadership skills I gained from being an officer, coupled alongside the skills I learned, the soft skills I learned while being in LDEs, I'll be able to apply those directly into anything I may do in my life because, as we all know, we're all going to have jobs in the future, and that includes communicating and talking with other people. And with the skills and experience I've had within FFA, they've greatly bolstered what I have to offer within anything I may do in the future. So an advice I'd have for anybody who's watching this is to seize any opportunity and chance that you may have within FFA because you have only to gain from the experience.
I continued to take the opportunities to attend other state events and get involved in my region. And that's where I really made those lifelong friendships and where I could see the potential that FFA had to offer me. So I did serve as a chapter president and vice president and took involvement in my chapter. But really when I was able to serve as our region reporter and get involved more at that level, that's what really gave me those skills and the trajectory to move me into the career that I'm in today and have success in my career. Today, as a manager, I get excited when I have the opportunity to interview new employees. I'm not anxious about those interview processes or when I'm being interviewed for a new position because I've had that experience way back in high school, and so it's not something that's scary to me.
As you can see, Region 8 has some pretty amazing members and advisors, and we are so thankful for the opportunities that the FFA organization provides us with. We are so excited to impact Minnesota FFA this year, one step at a time.
Wow, thank you so much, Region 8, for that great presentation. Welcome back to all of our viewers live from the Great Minnesota Get Together for the Great Minnesota Give Together. My name is Jasmine Brett Stringer, and I am here with Kyle Thomas, National Officer Candidate for 2022. Welcome, Kyle. We're going to step up a little because make sure we're in the light and the people that can see us. So what does it mean to be the National Officer Candidate?
Yeah, so I have the incredible honor of representing the state of Minnesota on the national level coming up in October. I'm currently one of 35 candidates from across the country that are looking to represent the over 850,000 FFA members across the U.S., Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands.
So you're campaigning?
A little bit, but mostly prepping for interviews.
Prepping for interviews. Okay, before we get into, I want to learn a little bit more about your prep process, but why don't you tell our audience here at the fair and those watching us online a little bit about you?
Yeah. So for those that didn't catch it earlier, my name is Kyle Thomas, and I'm from the Rockford FFA chapter, so just about 45 minutes west of here. And the unique thing about my FFA experience is that I did not come from an agricultural background. I was actually the only person on my state officer team last year to not come from a farming background. I served last year as the Minnesota FFA state treasurer. But really, FFA has been a place for me where I've been able to explore what my passions are, and I've really wanted to take that to another level and eventually pursue a career in agriculture.
I love that diversity that FFA brings to the table. I know, Caden talked about being a stage kid and loving the stage. You don't come from a traditional agriculture background. Someone else mentioned growing up in Roseville. So FFA is really inclusive in its approach of the students that we welcome.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially now in 2022, we're continuing to find new ways that we can find new people to become involved in agriculture, because we know that when agriculture is diverse and when everyone has a plate at the table, that is when we're going to solve the issues for our future.
Right, and representation matters. And often when we hear this, representation matters, people think about diversity being, someone's race or someone's sexual orientation or someone's gender. But people forget that diversity is also, the 9 qualified classifications also, but it's also diversity of thought, diversity of perspective, diversity of interest. And so we need to have all of those voices sitting at the table to make sure that we are thinking about how agriculture can serve not only the current day, but the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things that I love about FFA and the way that the organization continues to evolve and find new ways that we can find those diverse perspectives.
Okay, so you're preparing for this interview process as a national officer candidate. How's it going? Should I be asking you some harder questions, Kyle? You need me to put you on the spot?
No, so currently I'm about 2 months away from interviews. But actually, through the support of the foundation, I've actually been able to do quite a bit of preparation. Coming up in a month, I'll be able to travel to the state of Texas to do some training. Actually, this past summer, I spent it working out in New York with New York FFA, getting to work with their members. And so I've gotten to do a lot of different...
So what does the training look like? When you go to Texas, what will you be doing?
So the training, it's with Dr. Frazier. He's a ag ed professor at Tarleton State University. He actually went to college with my high school ag teacher. And so...
And who's your high school ag teacher? We want to make sure that we're showing love to all the ag teachers.
My high school ag teacher, his name was Mr. Clint Smith. But we actually have a new ag teacher at our school, and he's right off stage, Joe Ramstead.
Oh, yeah, Joe.
Yeah, so when I go down to Texas, I'll be able to go through all the different rounds that are potentially going to be at National Convention. And so it's really just putting those scenarios in front of us and see how we can best prepare for them.
So this is a part of that experiential learning component of FFA that we've heard so much about this afternoon and evening.
Yeah, definitely.
So what's been your greatest contribution as a FFA member? What have you contributed? You're the thing you're most proud of?
I would say the thing that I'm most proud of is continuing to share my story and how that can influence other people to step up and share their story. As I said earlier, I didn't come from a traditional ag background, and so it's continuing to seek out new people who maybe share a similar perspective as me, or even people who don't share similar perspective as me, but finding a way for them to step up and have their voice told. That's what really I've been all about in FFA, is finding how we can add value to other people's lives and how they can have a place too.
Everybody has a seat at the agriculture table.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, here's your ag teacher. He's coming up to have a conversation with another student and another baby sheep. Again, I'm going to the doctor tomorrow to get a prescription for my mental support baby lamb, and I might be having to come back to the Miracle of Birth Joe to take one home with me.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So today we're here with Livy from the Ashby FFA chapter. So Livy, why don't we start off by having you share a little bit about your FFA experience and how you got to where you are today?
So I started FFA when I was in 9th grade. I joined, my older brother did it, so I was like, I want to be like him. Don't ever tell him I said that. But, so I went to a few of our different events that we have and started with our fundraisers And then some of the senior girls were like, hey, you know a lot about rabbits and dogs, why don't you join our small animals team? So I was like, sure, I'd love to do that. And I went to my first small animals meet, and it was amazing. I did half decent, but it was just super fun, and it was a great learning experience. And to be a part of a team with people that I didn't necessarily know beforehand, even coming from a small school, was great. So since then, I've just started getting more involved in leadership positions and doing more CDEs and LDs as the years go on.
So looking back in all of your FFA experiences, if you had to pick just one that was your most favorite or most impactful, what would it be and why?
That's a really difficult question, but I think that attending the Apex conference this past spring has probably been my favorite because it's a conference where I got to learn about policy and how our state government works, but also how that affects agriculture and even FFA as an organization. And going to that and be able to speak with representatives and other youth from around the state and learn about all these things and see how I can make a difference really meant a lot to me.
So APEX stands for the Agriculture Policy Experience, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and so there's a lot of different opportunities in FFA, such as APEX and state and national FFA conventions that our foundation plays a huge role in sponsoring. So next year, you're a senior this year, right?
Correct.
So what are your plans next year?
You know, I've been looking at a few colleges, and I don't have like a set plan, but I know that it's gonna have something to do with ag because I couldn't leave that if I wanted to. It means so much to me, and coming from FFA and doing all these speaking events, I've definitely looked into ag policy myself because I think that's a great way for me to continue helping people and continue working with agriculture on a larger scale.
Awesome, yeah, and as you get ready for college, one thing to look into is the Minnesota FFA Foundation Scholarship Program. And thanks to the generous donors that we have as within our foundation, those scholarships are available to FFA members like you. So definitely check that out. So why are we holding a lamb today? What are we doing here at the fair?
So right now I am volunteering at the CHS Miracle Birth Center. So that is the building that we are in front of. And what we do here is we have different species of animals that come from farms around the state who have live births during the fair. And the reason this is such a huge experience is it helps FFA members like myself get out there, learn more about animals, speak to the public about what we do and why ag is important. It helps veterinary students practice what they're learning, and it also just gives the public an opportunity to learn about maybe where our food comes from or how animals are raised and all that good stuff.
So if you had any final words for those sitting at home or watching, why should people consider donating to the Minnesota FFA Foundation?
Donations to the Minnesota FFA Foundation are imperative for students that might not necessarily get all that opportunity. And these are used to help us go to conferences and to help us get jackets for some kids that might not be able to do that and all these other things. So everything we do is important and great experiences, but we can't do that without the support of our alumni and companies and foundations that support us as an organization.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Olivia, for sharing your story with us today. Now we'll
Thank
toss
you.
it back over to Val and Kara for what's next.
All right, well, as we're kind of wrapping up this telethon, there's so many neat stories to tell. And I have to just tell you, this young lady over here was a state officer that I got to work with a few years ago. I won't say how many.
Thank you for saying a few.
But just to show you how when people get involved in the FFA, it's something that just becomes part of them. You have stayed connected even after the years of wearing your FFA official dress. Yep. What has your career path been, and what do you attribute back to the FFA?
So I studied agricultural education in college and ended up going into the industry side, more specifically the seed industry, and worked for a couple different seed companies and commodity organizations and some startup ag tech companies. But through all of those, the transferable skills that I learned back as an FFA member and through my college experience, but again, back to those career development events, my supervised agricultural experience in those ag classes back in high school kind of led me on that path. And because I'm able to take all of those skills, not only that I learned, but the mentorship that I received along the way, I realized that once I took that blue jacket off, it was then my turn to help be in that mentor role and be in that donor role that I now am in today.
So when you speak of being a donor, I know that you are a great supporter. Are there certain areas that you like to really influence and support?
Yep, so, well, I mean, they're all wonderful areas to support. One area that I am specifically involved in right now is with the alumni and supporters at the state level. So it is our goal and mission to make sure that there is an alumni for each of our over 200 our 200 FFA chapters and ag programs around the state, and that they are supported. So there are always expert resources in the industry at the local level and financial assistance that they may have that can ensure that students in FFA today, the 15,000 students that are in FFA in Minnesota, have those same opportunities without the financial barriers, just like I had back when I wore the blue jacket.
So you're involved, you support it, you're involved in the Alumni Association, and I think we'd be remiss if we didn't say, what is the role that you play with the Minnesota FFA alumni?
So I'm currently serving as president-elect, so I'll be stepping up as president in March of 2023, serving a 2-year term, and we have a great time, but more importantly, we all have a very unified passion to, again, ensure that we foster the promise of agricultural education across the state of Minnesota, whether you're in the Iron Range or you're in the Redwood Valley.
Well, as we've kind of celebrated our students, we brought association staff as well as the state officers here. That's one area. That's what we all focus on. But as you represented Mark Jarek earlier in the telethon, the alumni, and of course the foundation, and it's beautiful to watch the three groups work well together. So we are so glad that you're here. I know you're doing kind of double duty and you're working in the CHS Miracle of Birth Center. So thank you for that. And visitors, come out and see Kara and others as far as helping out with the animals. So thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Val. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kara, for all that you do. And I'm going to come and see you on Tuesday to play with a baby lamb, okay? Okay, thank you. Gosh, Val, I can't believe our time is almost coming to an end.
We've traveled the state. We've seen lots of friends and familiar faces here at the state fair, so it's been a good 4 hours.
It's been an amazing 4 hours, and I want to say thank you again to everyone that has already made a contribution and a gift to the FFA Foundation. We really appreciate it. Again, I want to make sure that we acknowledge the crew behind the scenes, everyone that contributed to these videos, the students, the agriculture teachers, the supervisors that, support these students on their journey, and again, all the amazing volunteers helping us here today.
So this was a very fun event, and obviously our work is year-round to support these programs. So as you listen to the stories today, and if you think, how do I get involved? Check out the Minnesota FFA Foundation website. There's plenty of ways that you can get involved. Even if today you were just kind of getting a little bit of a sample, there's so many ways to support the valuable work.
And I think it's really important that, Cal mentioned that he didn't come from an agriculture family, that you don't have to have a direct connection to agriculture to support FFA. Everybody is welcome at the table, and we need everybody at the table to support agriculture and these students in FFA in the great state of Minnesota.
Well, and I think as we kind of talked about it throughout the night, whether it was our name and people refer to us by our original name, but I think you really need to take an opportunity, if you're watching this tonight or watching it here, to learn about us. We're in communities big and small. We recently added a program in Minneapolis. We've been in St. Paul and serving students there for a long
now
time.
Now in Robbinsdale this coming school year.
Exactly. All the way to communities that are a little bit smaller, maybe significantly smaller. But what remains the same is the impact that they have on students' personal leadership and development, as well as their career planning and preparation.
And we've heard so much about these amazing leadership skills, life skills, and transferable skills that students gain by participating in FFA.
Oh my goodness, Jasmine. Look at what's going on.
Oh, wow. $29,155.54. We aren't at our goal yet, but we might be there, Val. This is exciting. And remember, no gift is
too small
or too big. So if you haven't given yet, please text MNFFA to 71777. MNFFA to 71777.
So as I look at this number, I can't help, well, it was there. I can't help but
29,000 and some change, Val. That's a pretty big number,
Yeah.
if I do say so myself.
I look at those who are watching online. I look at those of you who are here in the crowd. Help us get over that 30,000 if you would. Because one lucky winner is going to go to
Zach Brown.
To that concert on Friday night here at the Minnesota State Fair. And another winner is going to get a prize of
an amazing quilt.
Yes, it's a beautiful barn quilt ready to adorn a barn or some other building outside.
Yeah, we can't, we'd be remiss if we did not acknowledge our amazing sponsors. I want to thank our blue ribbon sponsors, AT&T, Cargill. I'm sorry, those were our purple ribbon sponsors. Our purple ribbon sponsors, AT&T and Cargill. Our blue ribbon sponsors, Ag Country Farm Credit Services, Land O'Lakes, Southern Agriculture Center of Excellence. And then we also have an amazing match from some great community members, CoBank, Minnesota Farmers Unions, ProSice Solutions, AURI, Minnesota Agri-Growth Council, and then the Minnesota FFA Foundation Board.
Well, Jasmine, this has been an honor and a privilege for me to stand beside you tonight.
This has been so much fun.
Thank you
Thank you for having me back.
Well, thanks for sharing your enthusiasm, your love of students and agriculture with all of those that were with us throughout the telethon tonight. It is a privilege to work with and support students, and I think we both share that common excitement and appreciation for the work that our teachers are doing.
A privilege and an honor to support the students involved in agriculture for our state and our communities. And again, thank you to everyone that's given. Thank you to everyone that's just tuned in and maybe you're learning something. Thank you for the audience today.
All right, thank you. That concludes this year's Great Minnesota Give Together, but the giving does not need to stop tonight, so we welcome your support.
And we hope to see you soon.
Thank you.